Oh, we're live.
Alright, we're back. And we're ready to party. Oh yeah. Maybe this wasn't a great time to start streaming. My DoorDash probably just got here. It's okay. It's okay. Yep, okay. I will be right back. That was super fucking awkward. Ugh. I hate people. Yeah. He was just turning around super fucking slow, and I feel like he looked right at me. It's okay though. Samuel. Why did I say that? I don't know. No one's watching, it's fine.
Ashley, if you don't back the clickety clack up from my food.
I really just wanted to drink. Alright, I think I'm gonna turn my camera off for the moment. Boop. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna turn my camera off while I'm eating, and we're gonna just quest. Ooh. Actually, to help with the clicking, I'm gonna take a second while I'm regenerating some mana, and I'm going to plug in my Naga, or my Death Adder, or yeah, my Naga. I fucked it up. It's coming, not yet. There it is. Alright, there we go. That should be much quieter. Which will be much less threatening to the viewer. Cool. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay. I should be using Fireball right now. It's less mana efficient significantly, but it does more damage significantly, so. You ever stab yourself on the inside of the mouth with a hard shell taco? And it's like, damn, that hurt in a good way. This audio must be incredible. Goddamn. Bro, it'd be so funny if like my Streamlabs is trolling me. And my face cam is actually visible right now. Because I know I eat like a fucking animal. That's why I tried to turn my camera off. I hope I did. I'm not done eating yet either, so I'm not gonna turn it back on anytime soon, probably. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, fuck you, bitch. You're dead. Oh, I don't need to kill those guys. Nope, nope, nope. I need to go get some Gloomweed is what I need to do. It doesn't really matter what order we do the quests in. We're gonna do all the quests, so whatevs. But killing everything is also kind of fine too, because we need as much mob experience as possible, you know. Boop. I could have frost bolted there. I didn't need the fireball, but it's okay. A little mana inefficient, but flashy. You know, I'm getting. No, God, fucking excuse me. Like I said, it was a terrible, terrible, terrible idea to start fucking playing right before my fucking food arrived. But I want to stream the entirety of this character's life in reminiscence of the old Iron Man challenge that I used to do on the channel that never saw the light of day. It's okay. Rest in peace, those old episodes. I don't think you can view them anymore. Hopefully you can't view them anymore, because goddamn, those were some shitty videos. Wow, I almost fucking died. Holy shit. First close call at level 6 because my dumbass wasn't paying attention. I was sitting there fucking spamming frostbolts instead of kiting and casting fireball and fire blast. This isn't gonna last long if I keep playing like this. I'm distracted. I got Taco Bell on my lap. What can I say? Oh my god. Oh no. I'm running. I'm running. Disaster. Big J don't play. God Gang is the largest, most active guild on the server. 300 plus online during peak hours. 1,100 plus members in counting. Super active Discord community. And events slash GDKPs. Discord.gg/God hyphen gangs. No. Jesus Christ. Fire Blast is a tiny bit cheaper than Fireball, so not really that much of it. It doesn't make a difference, I don't think. This guy's a level 7, so I'm gonna wait for my fucking mana a little bit. I'm gonna just rebuff too. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and drink. At this point, there's no reason not to after rebuffing. It's been a while since I played a mage. I think the last time I played one like seriously was Old Deer. What was the... Yeah, no. Old Deer was the last patch that I mained a mage. I started maining mage in 6.2. Yeah, I didn't play that character very long, I guess. Well, I mean, Warlords was a long time ago now. But, yeah, I played mage during Warlords, and Old Deer was the main points I remember playing the mage. But during that time, I raid led in Old Deer, so honestly, mage is one of those classes that I do understand pretty well, and you know, I had to, at least as a raid leader. But Classic was different. Back in OG Classic, personally, I remember playing a rogue, but that was when I was like 4. But a rogue was my first character. Bloom weed! I fucking love weed! Weed of any kind warms my heart. I need another one of them hoes though. Another couple, you feel me? Oh, Gloomweed! And it's next to these two clowns. Joanna and Mondungus. Don't worry. You want the boss money? The boss will hear about it. The boss will hear about this. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing that now. I'm just gonna start bugging people as the loan shark and telling them that they owe the boss money and that he told me to break their kneecaps. The boss will hear about this. Shit. I kind of do not want to fight you, sir. Leave me alone. I'm back in Gloomweed. I seen it. I seen it. I seen it with my balls, my ocular balls. Gloomweed, you owe the boss money. $100. 100 gold pieces. Not 100 gold pieces. 20 silver pieces. 50 silver pieces. A gold piece. 1 gold piece. 2 doubloons. 4 doubloons. You lost 4 doubloons. Don't break your kneecaps. Nope, not them. Not them. I need to bother less people. The less often I do it, the funnier it'll be. And I'm gonna ask them for 4 fucking doubloons. Oh, I don't need to fight you, so I'm not going to. Pussy, bitch. I'm gonna go steal your pumpkins, motherfucker. Yeah. Where you going, bitch? God damn. Yeah, I fucked him up with a crit. Oh my god, I wish Gathering Times didn't take 8 fucking years in Classic. Holy shit. It's a slow game. It's alright though. I'm not racing. The slower I take it, the better the results will be. 100%. The slower I take it, the longer I will live. For sure. And I probably won't get very far. I'm gonna fucking die at probably, I don't know, 11? 12? Could be 30, I don't know, man. Like, it could happen at any point. Though I would hate for it to happen at like 59. But, like, I don't know. I feel like anything over 45 is going to be, like, fucking devastating. Anything over 40 is going to be fucking devastating. Shit, what am I talking about? I mean, honestly, I don't know. I'd be annoyed if I died right now and I had to restart. It wouldn't be the end of the world. I definitely wouldn't do goddamn tears, or I wouldn't do a fucking undead again. I don't know why I did this. Generally, I've avoided this starting zone. I don't like it very much, but it's okay. I won't be here long. I just gotta grudge through it, just like every other part of this shitty fucking game. Ow. Fuck. Don't you fucking resist my shit, you goddamn bitch. 100 mana. Level 7. I'm making it count. Okay. Yep. That should be enough, though. She should fear in just a moment. Oh shit. And I have enough mana to kill her. I'm I'm not gonna aggro anyone right here. Wow. 110 XP. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I will, however, go kill the fuck out of some gnolls. I'm a mage on a mission. And I gotta get Maggot Eye's Paw, which Maggot Eye is probably a fucking gnoll up here, because I don't have any, like, random loot spots. And it's a paw, of course. So, yeah. It's a gnoll. Most likely. Watch I be completely wrong, and it's one of those fucking dark hounds. Boop. Both of these nuts. Both of these. Both of these nuts. Bitch. Bop. Sometimes I feel like I have Tourette's, and then other times I remember I'm just retarded. Oh wait, shit, it's 2023. I can't say that anymore. I'm disabled mentally. I smoked all my brain cells away. Ooh. Oh, you resisting son of a bitch. I'll let him have that one. I haven't really put together how many hit points these guys have. That did 36 and like 40. Oh, whoa. 36, 45, 20. 36, 45, 20. That's not bad. It's kind of hard to figure how much health they have just based on its fucking I don't know. I need something to hit for like half of its HP. Like a fireball crit that hit for like 100 does like 75% of its HP. I'm like, okay, then it's got like fucking, I don't know, 125 HP. Or you know what I'm saying. Or like 90 does half. It's like, oh, okay, they got 180 or whatever. God damn it. Yeah, so that level 8 had around 200 HP, I think. I think that one had a lot less, though. Shit. Oh, yep, Maggot Eye is in this field, too. So I actually need to... Yep, good, good. Alright, 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 alright. Good stuff, good stuff. Thread that needle, baby. Alright. Where's Maggot Eye at? Is he in the house? He's in the house. He's in the fucking house. I'm gonna fucking kill you, Maggot Eye. I'm gonna first kill your fucking goons. Your little gang of bandits. Oh shit, 2 more of them to spawn. That's not cool. Okay. Oof. Got a mana. Oh shit, I didn't make more. I thought to myself, after you drink, you need to make more water. And then I didn't do that. Oh, but I have water. But I'm selling it, so it doesn't matter. Because I can make water. I shouldn't ever fucking use consumable waters. I should just sell them. Ah, you fucking whore. Don't resist my spells. Oh, don't, what are you, okay. Whatever he tried to cast on me, it failed. Because he's a failure. Well, I will wait for him to respawn. Shit. Okay. Just need to regenerate a little bit of mana. Actually, no. I just need to run away. Wait. Oh, nope. He ran away. What am I in combat with? I was in combat with that? Why was I in combat with that? Did that affect my fucking verification? No. Okay. Cool. We're good. Oh shit, that's not my food. Unfortunately, the ones right outside of it spawn extremely quickly. Cool, there he is. I'm just gonna fucking face tank him. Fireball spam. Oh! Hey, it's that. Boom. Cool. No, get the hell out of here. I don't know why it's saying that. My quest just isn't showing up. Fuck. I don't need you. Go away. God damn it. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to kill an opening. I'm not really getting out of it at this point. Boom. I love the firepower mage. Nice. Fuck. Cool. Alright. South we go. Back to Brill. To turn in like 5 quests. 6 quests. Yeah, I think it's 7 actually. I don't know why 2 of them are not being tracked by quests. Yeah, it's 7. And yeah, they're all complete. Cool.
They'll all be mine in the end.
Collect 10 Doomweed. So that was the wrong thing. He didn't even need Gloomweed. He needed Doomweed. Oh, bro, what the fuck, man? It's my goddamn mouse. Shit. Fucking bitch. Shit. Alright, I need to bust out the Naga. God damn it. I don't understand why my mouse is broken, but it is sometimes. Sometimes it isn't, and sometimes it is. This is just the way that things are sometimes. I don't really know why, but they happen this way. Alright. Just to... thank you for telling me where the thing is that I asked for. I don't even know what it was. You're a great guard. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. How come every time I turn in a quest, they're like, hey, here's another thing to do? It's like, can't I just enjoy the win of what I got? Level 8, baby. New spells. I actually gotta find where the mage trainer is. I don't know. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Mage Trainer. Arcane Missiles, Polymorph, Frostbolt, rank 2. Nothing for fire? Nothing for fire. Okay. Arcane Missiles, neat. Polymorph. Oh, wait, hold on, what was that? Oh, that was their thing. I might need to change that because I have that's the I'm pretty sure that's the sound of my followers for Twitch, but I don't think it'll work because I'm on YouTube. Is it in the fucking basement then? Or is it behind the place? It could be behind the place. Nope, it's in the basement. Holy shit. Wow, that was kind of fucked up that I just did that. I need a coarse thread. Oh wait, I'm gonna empty my bags first. This is important. That's pretty good. I'm actually gonna keep those. I will use that. Okay. Now we need to buy 1 coarse thread. Cool. And now we need dusk bat pelts. And we're going to swap to the Naga once again. So I can click with my clickies. Or not have to click with my clickies, I mean. Resist! Resist! Honestly, Frostbolt rank 2 might actually be pretty much just as good as oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, kill. 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 First we kill. Then we use the pot, we use our thing. We're not gonna die here. We loot, and then we run. Back to Brill, baby. Like a champion. Alright, we rebuff. I'm buffed out of my mind right now. Gotcha. Put the burn on him just cause. Bang, bang. Ooh, couldn't take the heat with the frost. With the heat, with the frost. Ooh, big crit. Oh, big crit. Oh, that was a 3-fer. Yeah, we call that a 3 Batwing pelt. Dusk Bat pelt. I don't know why I need the furs of these boys anyway. That's gonna take all these green ones away. So most of the map is gonna be, oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Absolutely pumping that damage. What realm are all the other hardcore players or people on? Holy shit, I'm gonna fucking die if I don't do something. That was almost fucking really bad. Well, it's not telling me, so whatever. I don't know what realm all the all like the streamers and stuff are on, because those realms have like the people dying in them all the time, and hardcore. But I'm guessing they're not on PvP realms, because that would kind of be cringe. I'm doing it on a hardcore or on a PvP realm because it's gonna make it really funny when I die to a fucking enemy player, or like an enemy faction player. Loan Shark's coming for that booty. What am I getting here? Scarlet Insignia rings, and I'm killing Scarlet Zealots. Wandering fuck, holy shit. Level 11? God damn. I'm not fucking with you. These guys are, yeah, okay, level 9, there we go. I could kill them level 11, but that's gonna cost mana that I don't want to spend. Yeah, I hear you. Damn. What's that? Getting thwacked with a staff, bitch. Oh. Can't resist that. Not allowed. Well, since no one's here, I'm gonna watch a YouTube video. Don't be upset at me. I'll look over at the chat. If someone joins, I'll turn it off.
In ancient times, another force would hold sway over this domain. I of course refer to the death rites and the death birds. We have it implied that these practices are ancient, that took place in a time long before the Erdtree, and we get this by examining the descriptions of ancient death rancor and explosive ghost flame. The fact that death birds are still symbolic of death to this day shows how deeply ingrained their influence is, and leads us to conclude that the death birds oversaw the death rites a very long time ago.
Oh no.
War of the Ice Dragons and the Giants.
I'm running.
After the fall
This is
of the
bad.
ancient dragons, it is implied that an offshoot species would emerge, the modern dragons.
I'll fucking kill
Of
you
these
as soon as I
modern
get
dragons,
back there.
there was a subspecies that would come to live in cold environments, in the region we know as the mountaintops of the Giants. These are of course dragon kin to Borealis, the ice dragon that we actually fight in-game. At some point the dragons dominated this mountaintop, a time before the fire giants dominated it, and thus when the fire giants did come to this region and want to control it, the two species would clash, an event we learn of via Borealis's mist, which reads as follows. The ice dragons were once lords of the mountaintops long ago, until they were defeated by the fire giants and chased from the peak. And thus this marked the beginning of the fire giant civilization.
I think we should
The giants invent
go
smithing.
down there.
We learn the following via the hammer description, as it reads. Hammer comprised of a large stone
Oh,
affixed
no,
to a
this
metal
thing,
handle, originally a blacksmith's tool.
Shit, I gotta go down
The
there.
art of smithing is said to have
no, I can
originated
go there.
among the giants.
I just can't go
This
down there.
makes sense, given the flame of ruin
But I
is
have to go
located
over
in the
here.
forge of the giants.
Yeah,
A forge
shit,
being
man.
a hearth meant for
A whole
heating
bunch of
metal
quests to
so
do.
it can be shaped. To me it suggests that the fire giants learned of these arts via the fell god, given its association with fire. It may appear to contradict the lore we looked at earlier, with the Beastmen utilising iron weapons, but I do not believe this to be the case, as the Beastman Cleaver makes it clear that the Beastmen had knowledge beyond human ken, suggesting this weapon was created using another unknown technique, whereas the more widespread practice of blacksmithing that humans will use appears to have originated here with the fire giants. I also do place this after the ancient society that built the Ul and Uld civilizations, because the claymen of these cultures do not wield smithed weapons. In fact, it appears like they are using crude stone daggers and blades. The Giants, an early astrologer society. After the defeat of the Ice Dragons, the Fire Giants would be the masters of these mountains and establish their own society and structures. But not only that, we learned that an early astrologer community developed at this time on the mountains alongside the Giants. We learn this from the Sword of Flame and Night, which reads the following. Astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in the mountain tops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbours. The astrologer community is likely the precursor community to the Carians and the Rhea Lucarians, especially since their techniques are more primitive. The idea of being closer to the stars by being up a high mountain suggests a lack of advanced tools and advanced understanding of the stars. Zamor civilization. We know that the Zamor civilization dates back quite a bit, as their armour set reads the following. These long-lived warriors, clad in biting, freezing winds, are said to have been the mortal enemies of the fire giants since time immemorial. The fact that phrase time immemorial is used suggests that the Zamor have been fighting the giants for a long time, meaning they must have developed on the mountain tops not long after the giants did. The arrival of the Numen. The Numen are a race of humanoids from a world described as outside the lands between by Marika's hammer. In fact, it is a race that we can choose as our base appearance when creating our characters. So let's read that description now. The face of the Numen, supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. Importantly, it says descendants of denizens of another world, meaning the Numen have been here for some time, hence placing it far back. Another reason for placing their arrival this early in the timeline is due to the fact that Queen Marika is one of their kind, as we learn via the Numen's rune, which reads the following. The Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself. So the Numen needed to have arrived, become established, before the Erdtree was even emerging, so that Marika has enough time to be selected as Empyrean. Construction of Divine Towers. The Divine Towers are somewhat of a mystery, but one thing that isn't a mystery is that they were built before the Erdtree emerged. As Erden, a fellow content creator, points out in his superb Limgrave lore video, there is a painting in Stormveil Castle that shows Stormhill. Two things are conspicuously absent in this painting. One, Stormveil Castle itself is not in this painting, and we will get to Stormveil later. But number two, the Erdtree and its light is also absent in this painting. So this at least narrows it down to pre-Erdtree and pre-Godfrey Conquest. And to me, I place it closer to the Giants because the architectural style of these towers is closely matched to that of the Forge. And while I'm not sure that the Giants would build these, or if they actually did, the purpose of this video is a timeline, and thus the similar architectural styles to me suggest that it must fit in here in the timeline. Development of Liurnian society. We have already discussed how the astrologist community once developed on the mountaintops of the Giants, and at some stage they must have come down and settled in Liurnia. The Liurnian community has had a long history, from the establishment of the Rhea Lucarian Academy to the founding of the Carian dynasty. And for all of this to have happened before the Erdtree Wars, There must have been a good long history before this, hence my justification for putting this event in the timeline. Emergence of the Crucible. In the past, I have considered the Crucible to be the force that formed at the fracturing of the One Great, and was the source of all life. However, Tarnished Archaeologist has instead suggested another compelling timeline, that there was a great tree, then there was the Crucible immediately preceding the Erd Tree, and if you remember, Tarnished Archaeologist has already discussed the coming of the Great Tree and its significance in early architecture. Tarnished Archaeologist's reasoning for this progression is as follows. There was once a great tree that preceded the Erd Tree, which was destroyed, but from its remains and stump began a process called root sprouting, where there were many competing sprouts that were growing from the stump in an attempt to regenerate it. If you look at this artistic representation of the process, you can see that it is very reflective of the depiction in Siluria's helm and Siluria's spear.
Horseradish, run, run, run. Turn around, you big bitch.
And what TA calls the Gardener statues. Tarnished
Come on,
Archaeologists will be
go away.
releasing a video soon on this
Fucking
subject,
go away.
and so I will leave the details to them regarding this theory. But upon reflection, I do think it is correct that the Crucible is a transitionary
Oh, wow.
state
Okay.
for the Erd Tree that immediately
That worked
preceded
out.
the
Cool.
Erd Tree's emergence. Especially
You
if
just
we
kept
consider
chasing
the
me, alright,
Godskin
man.
Noble set, which reads, Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology. Not unlike the Crucible, the Erd Tree in its primordial form. The Erd Tree in its primordial form is as if the Crucible is nothing more than a specific earlier state of the Erd Tree. Horalu's Wars. It is of course in this time, the time of the Crucible, and prior to the Erd Tree's emergence, that Horalu will have gained his fearsome reputation. We know that Horalu was a far more brutal man than he would be as Godfrey. Horalu was a man who believed it was strength that befit a lord. Not only through his dialogue, whereupon he is defeated, and he then states that our strength in defeating him, befits our position as a lord, but also the description of the axe, which reads the following. In the days of the past, a crown was warranted with strength, and Horalu's strength would be proven many times over. We hear of him via the Morn Greatsword, which reads, The storied sword of Castle Morn, a revenger's weapon. It is burdened with oceans of anger and regret. A lone surviving champion from a country now vanished was so determined to continue fighting that he claimed the swords of an entire clan of warriors. We can get a little clarification from the description of Oath of Vengeance, the weapon art for this weapon. It reads, Swear an oath upon the greatsword to avenge the clan. To avenge the clan, meaning that this revenger has gathered the swords of his entire clan, who have evidently been wiped out, and he is the lone surviving member. The reason we know that this clan was wiped out by Horalu is due to the fact the sword monument found outside Castle Morn makes it clear that Horalu, or Godfrey, is the target of the revenger's ire. Given what we know of Horalu's mantra, i.e. might equals right, I would speculate that it was just one of many clans obliterated by Horalu in his quest to prove that he is the mightiest of all. The Crucible Knights. We of course know that the Crucible Knights were an elite cadre of warriors specialised in Crucible incantations that served Godfrey, for the Crucible Knight helm reads, Helm of the Crucible Knights, who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. When they were specifically founded is unclear, but given their association with the Crucible, clearly it must have been during this era. Emergence of the Erd Tree. Of course, at some stage, the Erd Tree would emerge from its transitional form, the Crucible, as we learn from varying sources such as the Godskin Noble set. The emergence of the tree changed the makeup of the world, and immediately its power
Go get
was
some
seen as a
Doom
threat by
weed.
many. This is something we learn via the protection of the Erdtree incantation, which reads, "In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order." Of course, it is obvious from Godfrey's armor set that the early age of the Erdtree was a brutal era marked by war, and therefore the Erdtree would have needed some defenders. Marika as Empyrean. We know that Empyreans are those chosen to be potential gods, candidates for the next era, and we learn this via Rani's crucial dialogue.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age.
Therefore, it is interesting to know that Marika was once an Empyrean prior to being a god, which is told to us via the remembrance of the Black Blade, that refers to her specifically as an Empyrean. This means that Marika was elected from among her people, the Numen, as a candidate to lead the age of the Erdtree. I have made the Erdtree Wars its own distinct transitionary period, because clearly by the time of the War of the Giants, the Erdtree had emerged and the Crucible was no more. And yet, according to the Sword Monument, found atop the mountaintops of the Giants, the age of the Erdtree didn't truly begin until the Fire Giants fell, and so this tumultuous period is no longer the age of the Crucible, but not quite the age of the Erdtree. Thus, I've made it its own distinct, if transitionary, period. The founding of Leyndell. In the Leyndell map item description, Leyndell is described as the royal city of the Erdtree, and thus it makes sense that the city was founded early on in the age of the Erdtree, a holy city built around the most holy relic on this earth to those who believed in it. Whether it was founded before the War of the Giants or when it was concluded
God.
is of course speculation, but all massive cities throughout history begin small and take several generations to reach their zenith. They aren't just built in one day. Rome, of course, being a great example, famously not built in a day. So for me it makes sense that as soon as the Erdtree emerged, those loyal to it would have most likely began flocking to it and building at its base to some degree. Godfrey, first Elden Lord. Evidently one of Marika's first acts will have been to marry Hoarah, no doubt to bind his strength to her. With the prospect of becoming a lord, Godfrey vowed to be more lord-like and leave his bloodlust behind him, and to use his strength for more focused goals. And we learn of this transformation via the Godfrey icon, which reads the following. Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. While Hoarah would no longer be a bloodthirsty destroyer, he evidently still had the might and will to persecute wars on behalf of Marika and the Erdtree. As we saw in the protection of Erdtree incantation, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree at the beginning, and thus it makes sense that the early era of the Erdtree, when it first emerged, was one marked by war, and therefore the following wars make sense to have come early in Godfrey's reign.
Sick.
The war with the Stormlord. Of course, this conflict is one of Godfrey's greatest victories, and is referenced in his Elden Lord armor set. And a lot of what I know of this war comes from Eridan's excellent lore video on Limgrave, so definitely check that out. As Eridan points out, there is a painting in Stormveil that shows the castle was built after the Divine Tower, and this is the painting we referenced earlier in the video that shows Stormhill without the castle but with the Divine Tower. And to me this does track when we consider who the Stormlord really was, or what the Stormlord really was. And to me the most likely candidate is the Stormhawk King. The description of his ashes reads as follows. Ashes of a hawk, revered by all others as sovereign, back in the day when Stormveil's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. So quite clearly this hawk was a monarch, and it makes sense that it would rule over a domain and not need a castle. Given all the associations with Storm at Storm Hill, where Stormvale will be built, I do believe that the Storm Lord was this hawk, and we get further evidence that this was the Storm Lord via the Warhawk Ashes, which reads, "Spirit of a Stormvale Warhawk, the talons of which have been sliced off so that razor-fine swords could be grafted in their place. With its lord vanquished and its wings wounded, the hawk perished as it solemnly gazed at its former home." To me it's clear that the lord of this hawk is the Stormhawk King, the Storm Lord, defeated by Hoaraloo so that he could claim its domain, Storm Hill. The building of Stormvale. Eredin makes a compelling argument that Godfrey is the one to have built Stormvale Castle after the defeat of the Stormlord. Godfrey respects strength, and his respect for the Stormlord is shown in the hawk iconography displayed around the castle. More importantly, there is a custom-built throne room displaying Godfrey iconography and statues, again suggesting that this was the seat of his power that he built himself, the Siege of Morn. This of course leads on from the aforementioned Revenger we spoke of in the Hoaraloo chapter, where this story would come to its conclusion. And to consider the Siege of Morn itself, we need to consider the Castle Morn. The Weeping Peninsula appears to be an arrival point for many travelling to the lands between, as we can see boats littering the coast in this area. Much like King's Landing from George R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones, Morn sits right on a coastal area, as if it were built where someone first landed. Given the name Morn, as in morning, and that the Sword of Morn is the storied weapon of this castle, I would suggest that the Revenger himself was responsible for the construction of the Castle Morn, and that they came here and built their base in order to challenge Godfrey, who may well have established himself here after the defeat of the Storm King and the building of Stormvale Castle. As we know from the sword monument found outside Castle Morn, we know how it ends, with Godfrey defeating one more opponent and claiming the spoils, Castle Morn and the Sword of Morn itself. It is interesting to note that both Stormvale Castle and Morn are still in the possession of the Golden Lineage to this day. With these conquests, the Erdtree forces would control the entirety of the southern peninsula of the lands between, leaving their most deadly rivals to remain in the north. The War of the Giants. An event that needs little introduction to many, but a hugely dense and important event nonetheless.
Fuck.
Upon the defeat of the Giants,
Oh no, I'm gonna die.
the age of the Erdtree would officially
Oh no, I'm
begin,
so dead.
making it a really important event. There are a number of
Fucking
different
Murlocs,
incidents
dude.
that happen during this war that are important.
Shit. I'm dead. It'll be a... No, I'm dead. God fucking damn it. That's okay. This is okay. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm switching mice again. We're doing a different realm. We will do... We could do Ash Candy, Mancreek, Peggle, Westfall, or Windseeker. I play on Westfall in Wrath, so we'll do Westfall. Yeah, I think I need to do a troll if I want to do a mage again. I'm fine with that, yeah. about to take a second, y'all. Although I'm kind of glad that character died. I wasn't entirely feeling the whole Loan Shark vibe. I'm glad we got to swap to Melancholy, and I mean that. I've always loved the name Melancholy, and I try to get it on any server I can. Boom. Ding. Grats. Dingrats. Boom. Easy. That simple, brother. Actually, I'll go do this right now. Yeah, we'll do it right now.
Blood and thunder. For the Horde. Strength.
I'm going to go ahead and empty my bags so I have some money.
Strength and honor.
Damn.
What you
Cooking. Got a whole silver already. Jesus. And we're going to spend it. Actually, I think Arcane Int is only 10 copper. Yeah. Okay.
speak, friend?
I will be right back. You will hear me, and we're not going to talk about it, because you're cool, I'm cool, we're all cool. No one's here, so we're all cool for sure, because I'm cool. Even though no one's here. Whatever. Doesn't bother me. It bothers me, but it doesn't bother me. But it bothers me. Were you mean mugging me there? I think my cat was mean mugging me. Alright. He's sleeping. Hype. Okay. Reminds me of the Nether Ridge daily in BC for the Netherwing Drakes. Where you had to throw the boot at like 20 workers every fucking day. God damn, I hated those dailies so fucking much. It got to the point I hated the dailies so much I just started to farm fucking eggs. It was so much more efficient. Honestly, if I was to recommend it to somebody, I would like check the calendar, right? If you want to get them in retail, what I would do is I would check the calendar, look for BC Rep Week, and like, I don't know, like a month before or whatever. A lot of people still farm it, but like a month before, start working on it and save all the eggs that you get for like the month that you, well, I mean, honestly, you don't need to do it for a month, so maybe like not even a month, like 2 weeks or whatever. But I would save all the eggs until it's time for you to turn it in because of what's it called, the rep weekend event or whatever. Because while it's rep weekend, you get increased rep per like egg, and so if you save them all and then use them all during rep weekend, oh my gosh, it'll make your rep so much faster, or like the grind so much faster. That's only if you're like me and not good about doing it every single day. Like, I was good for a while there, and I didn't do it on rep weekends like I'm suggesting people to do. I did not do that. And it took me a while to get, so I was very proud of the one, or when I did get it. I didn't get it until not that long ago, to be honest. Nice. Can't wait till I can make water again. I think it's next level. Pretty sure it's next level. 6 should be food. Ooh, big crit. God damn it. And it was worthless. Boop. Oh, this guy's sleeping. We'll regenerate some mana while we go. Wake him up. Yo, what? Lay back down, ho. You're lazy. You're tired. You're sleepy. I'm watching for you. Foreman's not here. Go to sleep, bitch. Fuck you. Alright, I'm full mana, so I'll kill one. Stop poisoning me, motherfucker. God damn it. Give me what I want. That's what I want. Thank you. He understood the... I'm pretty sure I just woke this guy up too. Thanks, dude. Help me. Alright, you can sleep as long as you want now. I don't even care. I did my quest. Hello, Ashley. Hey, babies. Ow. I'm getting fat as fuck, dude. I love you. It's like the old days when you were a little kitty. The lock screen on my phone is when Ashley was a kitten and she was sitting on my hand while I was playing classic World of Warcraft on my like level 25 warrior a couple years ago. Yeah. She remembers that. She was like, what's this? What is this? It was very cute. And it's my lock screen on my phone. Now she's like a big fucking loaf. A big, beautiful, loving loaf of cat. Sick. Oh, I forgot about the cactus apple quest. I completely forgot that I gotta do that. Nope, I can do that while I'm regenerating mana. And then I have to kill 12 familiars, which 12 familiars are each around level 3 and 4. Those are gonna give about 45 to 50 experience each. So that's around 600 experience. That should level me up. just the 12. And then I get to go turn in all the quests and pick up my new spells. Wonderful. If my math is correct. If honestly, that's if my guess of how much experience they're worth is correct, which is around 40 to 50. I did my math at 50 because it was easier for me to do in my head. It'll be 480 if my lower end of the estimate is correct, which is still enough to level me up from where I am right now. That's if the level 3s give 40 experience apiece, which I think they do. I'm not 100% sure, but we're about to find out here in a moment. After I get these last 3 apples. I don't know why I sung that. That was kind of odd. Oh, the lore video. I don't know why I turned that off. Yeah, so I don't feel like I'm completely alone.
Important to note, such as the betrayal of the trolls, those giantkin who would fight against the fire giants, and thus explains their widespread presence in the lands between during the Erdtree era. We know that Godfrey and Marika also personally fought in this war. Godfrey is mentioned to have in his armor set, and Marika also gave a speech here.
Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each
60.
ordeal to the place
Holy
ye
shit.
stand. Put the giants to the
I don't know what
sword
level that
and
one was,
confine
but that
the
one just gave me
flame
60
atop the
experience, which means
Let
that
a new
my
epoch
math
begin.
is way
An
off.
epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring. For the
720.
age of the Erdtree.
Marika is also reputed to have slain
720
the fire
at the end of it when it's all
according
said
to the
and done.
One-Eyed Shield. The Zaymor joined the Erdtree forces to finally destroy their ancient foes, and according to their armor set, they were heralded as heroes for their role within this war. The confinement of flame. We learn via the remembrance of the fire giant that upon realizing the flame of ruin could never be extinguished, even with the fell god and the giants put to sword, Marika confined the first fire giant to stand vigil next to the flame of ruin amongst the dead of his kin. It would also be around this time that the Order of the Fire Monks would be established to watch over and quarantine the flame. And with that, the age of the Erdtree would officially begin. The Age of Plenty. The Age of the Erdtree began, and we learn of a period known as the Age of Plenty, which is marked by life energy falling as a dew from the Erdtree itself. For example, we learn of it via the Blessed Dew Talisman, which reads as follows. It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree became more an object of faith. We also know that Godfrey was very much still Elden Lord in this early era, because when this dew fell and hardened and became amber, these ambers were prized possessions of Godfrey's reign, as we learn via the Amber Medallions. Indeed, according to the Erdtree Favour Talisman, Queen Marika herself would bestow these gifts upon the faithful in person. In general, we can see the imagery associated with this era as one of positivity and bounty, showing amphoras and chalices full of dew. However, as already seen in the Blessed Dew Talisman, this era did not last long. And to me, the reason it didn't last long is because I see this as another transitional state between the Crucible and the Erdtree, where the newly emerged Erdtree was still bursting with the chaotic life energy of the Crucible. The Nox Heresy. We know via the Nox armor set that these people were banished underground at some stage for invoking the ire of the Greater Will, and given the description and purpose of the Fingerslayer blade, my most likely assumption is that it was for killing A2 fingers. And we know that these so-called Nox were once the Numen that Marika herself was a member of, as the Black Knife Assassin set says that they are Numen And Rogier
15, what?
links them to the Eternal
Come
City
on.
also. Newman and Knox are one and the same, and if you'd like to see a deeper video on those types of connections, I would refer you to my Eternal Cities lore video. In all honesty, it is hard to place where the Nox came into being when they did invoke the ire of the Greater Will and were banished. However, I am more inclined to place it here, further along the timeline, because of the sophisticated architectural style of the Eternal Cities that appear closer to Gothic architecture of our real world. The Golden Lineage. Of course, one of Godfrey's most enduring legacies is the Golden Lineage, the birth of his and Marika's children. I believe this must have come early on in the Erdtree era to give chance for this famous lineage to propagate before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between. We learn of the Golden Lineage via Godric's Great Rune, which reads as follows. The first of the demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. So this is the beginning of the idea of demigods. Potential first generation members of this lineage are of course Mohg and Morgott, the Omen twins. We know that these twins are of the Golden Lineage via Morgott's Great Rune. While they could of course be later descendants of Godfrey, the fact that Godfrey acknowledges that he has a relationship with Morgott in the scene where he lays Morgott to rest.
It's been a long while, Morgott.
Suggests indeed that Godfrey had actually met Morgott before, suggesting he is Godfrey's son rather than one of the later descendants of the Golden Lineage. Another presumed member of this first generation is Godwyn, given his prominence in early Erdtree history. Regardless, this is where the Golden Lineage and the demigods begin. The arenas. Godfrey was a champion who valued martial strength over everything else, and so sitting still, even in peacetime, was not an option, and so Godfrey finds the arenas, and we learn this via the ritual sword talisman, which reads, a talisman patterned after the swords used in ritual combat held to honour the Erdtree. The practice had died out by the age of King Consort Radagon, but remains of the arenas where ritual combat took place can still be found in every land. By implication, because this practice had died out under Radagon, it means that this practice was established under Godfrey, and this makes sense given of what we know of the man. Carian royalty. As mentioned earlier, already by this time the people of Liurnia will have a rich history, and the Academy of Raya Lucaria clearly precedes the Carians, and I see the establishment of their royalty as a fairly recent event, given that Rennala is both the founder and now current queen, meaning that not enough time has even passed for there to be even more than one monarch. The Godskin apostasy. The Godskin apostasy is a difficult one to place again, but I think the main thing that we can say with some certainty is that it must have taken place after Marika's ascension, because of the Black Flame monks. We learn from their armour set that the Black Flame monks joined the forces of the God-slaying Black Flame, meaning that they were active at the same time of the Godskin apostasy, and given that the monks only existed after Marika had confined the flame, we must place it after the beginning of the Erdtree age. The reason for my focus on where this important event sits is because of what happens at the conclusion of the war. It is very critical. Upon Malekith's victory over the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her apostles, he seals destined death, as we learn via the Scouring Black Flame incantation, which reads, the Black Flame could once slay the gods, but when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the Black Flame was lost. This is the moment that death was confined, and thus is super important because this is also the moment that the Golden Order was founded. For the Mending Rune of the Death Prince reads as follows, the Golden Order was created by confining destined death. This is also my reasoning for placing it at this stage, as we know from other sources that the Golden Order has to have existed within this period before other certain events. We learn from Sorcerer Rogier that the Liurnians were adopted into the Erdtree royal family, i.e. when Renala and Radagon got married, when the Golden Order was already around.
They were conceived at the Great Academy of Rea Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
This of course means a number of things in regards to the timeline. The Golden Order was a thing before Radagon became Elden Lord, and thus the events that led to its formation, the removal of death after the Godskin apostasy, must also have already happened by the time of the two Liurnian Wars, before Radagon married Renala, and before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between. So now that we have established that, what actually happened in this important event?
Shit.
Well, the Black Flame Ritual incantation tells us that the Glowmide Queen is an Empyrean, meaning that she was elected by the Greater Will at some stage as a nominee to replace Marika. She and her followers, the Godskin Apostles, wielding the power of the God-slaying Black Flame, an element that wielded Death's death, as we learn via the numerous items like the Scouring Black Flame. We know via the Godskin Swaddling Cloth that the purpose of these beings was to bring death to the gods, and therefore we must assume that they were to bring death to Marika and her demigod family. Of course, the Godslayer Greatsword tells us of their defeat via Malekith, who not only bested the Glowmide Queen, but would also seal Death's death to sap the power of the God-slaying Black Flame and death forever. The Golden Order. As already discussed, the Golden Order is the new order that reflects the new shape of the Elden Ring, one absent the Rune of Death. It is an order of death confined. It is also founded on another principle, as told to us by Brother Corrin, who states,
The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god.
The Glowmide Queen was an Empyrean, and it's almost as if Marika was so rattled by what another Empyrean meant, it meant that she was disposable to the Greater Will. Thus she had to re-establish herself as the one true god. Not only that, but the forces that opposed her, the Godskin Apostles, had the power and the intention to slay her and her kin, bringing her mortality starkly into view, leading to the radical decision to completely confine death. One further thing to note is that the Golden Order as a general body of rule is not the same as Golden Order fundamentalism, which is a specific subset of scholars that we will discuss later, the Two Wars of Liurnia. This is of course one of the major conflicts in the early Erdtree era, that we learn of via two sword monuments which read, The First Liurnian War, Radagon's glory burns red as his hair, and the Second Liurnian War, no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon, no prize but atonement, the birth of a vow. It makes sense that these two factions would come into conflict, as by now they would be the two remaining major factions in the lands between, and given how aggressively the Erdtree forces had been in eliminating all opposition, it was inevitable that they would come for the Carians and their land. This is one of the most important events in the Lands Between history, and thus there are several points of interest to consider. Firstly, Godfrey is still Elden Lord at this stage, because he has not been hounded from the Lands Between until Radagon has married Renala, as we learn via Muriel. Given what we know of Godfrey's penchant for war, it's interesting that we get very little mention of him during this conflict. Instead, the focus goes elsewhere, as this is the first emergence of a legendary hero. This is the emergence of Radagon, who joins the champions' ranks, seemingly out of nowhere, and yet his heroism during these wars is repeatedly hammered home. This isn't a lore video on Radagon, but if you would like to see my take on Radagon, then please watch my video on Marika. But in essence, I'm in the camp that believes that Radagon has always been a part of Marika since she obtained godhood, so that together they are the perfect alchemical rebus, a living representation of the ideals of regression and convergence. Regardless of Radagon's power, this would be a hard-fought conflict for both sides. This would be in no small part thanks to the legendary Carrion Knights, whose legendary exploits we can learn via their sword description, which reads, "These knight swords could serve as catalysts, letting them wield sorcerers' battle skills. Despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. Despite the low numbers of the Carrion Knights, their power and skill made them a match for the best of the Erdtree forces, and thus two wars would be fought to a standstill between both the Erdtree and the Carrion forces. But then something crucial would happen at the end of the Second War. Peace. Peace bound by marriage, between Radagon, Champion of Gold, and Rennala, Queen of the Moon. A ceremony that would take place in the Church of Vows, in sight of both moon and tree. The Carrion royal line and Erdtree royalty were joined, a remarkable display of integration shown by the Erdtree forces that has never again been seen. Radagon and Rennala. Many important events would happen during the course of Rennala and Radagon's marriage. Firstly, the birth of three important future demigods, Radahn, Rykard, and Ranni. The other important factor is what Radagon learned during his time married to Rennala, as we learn via the Radagon Talisman, which reads as follows. As the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete. The idea of combining intelligence-based sorceries and faith-based studies is a core facet of the Golden Order fundamentalism that Radagon would later help develop. War of the Ancient Dragons. The War of the Ancient Dragons is another difficult one to place precisely. All we can say for certain is that it took place after Godwyn's death, given his obvious involvement in the war, but before the Knight of the Black Knives for obvious reasons. I'm inclined to place it before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between, as I see Godfrey's era as the era of war, but beyond that I have no real proof, and it could happen anywhere in Godwyn's lifetime. Regardless, the main takeaways from this era are Gransax being felled in the centre of Leyndell, and the establishment of the Draconic Tree Sentinels and a dragon cult within Leyndell, and of course, the legendary friendship between Godwyn and Fortisax. Godfrey and the Tarnished. Godfrey's armour tells us that after he defeated all his worthy enemies, the hue from his eyes faded, and it is clear that this is when Godfrey and his warriors became tarnished. The hue from his eyes has a double meaning. Not only does it mean he has lost all purpose, but it also means literally he has lost grace. Tarnishing is the loss of grace. The sword monument near Caelid reads, Lord Godfrey, at last, at the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered, and faded. It in fact appears that the loss of grace is not accidental, but a purposeful stripping by Marika, as she once said the following,
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Godfrey was the lord of the battlefield, and in the lands between, he no longer had a purpose. Yet Marika did have a purpose for him and his warriors, and so she made them tarnished, to go and fight out with the lands between, and return when they were needed. We know that the tarnished, those without grace, are seen as lesser by those with grace, and we can see this in the way that Kenneth Haight reacts to us upon first meeting.
You've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but, no. No, the help is very much appreciated, even from a Tarnished.
And the way in which Muriel describes Godfrey being hounded from the lands between, suggesting that he and his Tarnished were chased by those with grace out of the lands between because they were seen as lesser and unwelcome. The Long March. After being driven from the lands between, Godfrey would lead his new Tarnished on something known as the Long March, which we learn of via his axe. While it appears that this was a sort of crusade, it apparently did have a purpose, as we learn it came to an end via Hoarlu's remembrance, which reads, "When Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was robbed of his grace, becoming tarnished, he took with him his kinfolk and left the lands between. After the long march of the tarnished came to an end, Godfrey divested himself of kingship, becoming a simple warrior once more. Thus he became Hoarlu again, and after a long time of battling wars that broke his axe, he and his people would finally settle out with the lands between. Hoarlu specifically became a chieftain of the Badlands, but the Tarnish would become widespread throughout different nations." The Ascension of Radagon. A well-known and important event as told to us by Muriel. Radagon abandons Rennala after Godfrey has been chased from the lands between, and returns to the capital to marry Marika. This is baffling to many, including Muriel, given Radagon's relatively low standing, he is just a mere champion, and his abrupt abandonment of his wife. Upon his marriage to Marika, he becomes the second Elden Lord, and his children, Radahn, Rykard, and Ranni, become Marika's stepchildren. The Divine Twins. At some point after Radagon's marriage to Rennala, the twins Malenia and Miquella would be born, special but cursed, due to the nature of their birth from the one-bodied god, i.e., being born from Marika and Radagon while they are one body. Malenia is afflicted with the Scarlet Rot, but according to Gowry is elected as an Empyrean to replace Marika as the Goddess of Rot, leading the new Order of Rot. And if you want to see a video discussing these ideas, then I'd refer you to my Outer God lore video. Miquella is also chosen as Empyrean, no doubt on account of his wisdom, and together with Ranni, we now have 3 potential successors to the next age. Development of fundamentalism. We learn via Discus of Light, Triple Rings of Light, and Radagon's Rings of Light that father and son work together to help develop the ideals and incantations of Golden Order fundamentalism, and as such, I attribute the birth of this theology to be around this time. The motivations for father and son seem to be very different. Radagon is extremely loyal to the ideals of the Golden Order, whereas Miquella is seemingly seeking a cure for his sister to rid her of the Scarlet Rot. Miquella the Unalloyed. Radagon's Rings of Light also tell us that Miquella became disillusioned with the Golden Order, and it must have been soon after that he would choose his own path as the Unalloyed. In time, he would take the sapling of a minor Erd tree, watering it with his own blood in an attempt to create his own Erd tree. This, of course, would become the Halig tree, the Holy Tree. Raya Lucaria rebels. We learn from the remembrance of Rennala that after Radagon left, she was broken, and the Raya Lucarians took this opportunity to imprison Rennala within the Grand Library, something we learn via Muriel. And in general, it looks like Raya Lucaria and the Cuckoos rebel from the Carians, as we learn via a sword monument which details a battle between the Cuckoos and Caria Manor. It reads, "The resting place of the contemptible Cuckoos lost in the siege of Caria Manor." And indeed, some of the remnants of Cuckoo forces are now puppets that patrol the manor they once laid siege to. Ranni conspires with the Nox. We know the assassins of the Knight of the Black Knives are women from the Eternal Cities, most likely the nimble sorceresses, and at some stage, Ranni must have put her plans into motion some time before the assassination took place and reached out to the Eternal Cities. This is stage 1 in her plan to cut ties with her 2 fingers, and it may well be that the events of the Cuckoo Rebellion and the downfall of her family's prominence spurred her into action, though, as we will soon see, her plans would be halted by her brother, the Star Scourge. Knight of the Black Knives. The Rune of Death is stolen from Malekith, and we know from Malekith's Black Blade that he only had the rune hidden in his own flesh after this night, meaning it was still located in his sword at this time, and thus probably quite easy to steal. Ranni's co-conspirators managed to catch Godwyn off guard due to their cloaks that fool the eye, and carve the half wound of the centipede into his flesh, using knives imbued with death and death, but at the same time, Ranni has the other half carved into her own flesh to achieve her true goal, the death of her flesh, without the consequence of losing her soul. And thus Godwyn is basically used as a totem to take the soul death, so Ranni can escape with her soul out of her Empyrean flesh. Burial of Godwyn. Godwyn's living and death corpse is buried at the base of the Great Tree roots, and from his body grows the Death Root, which spreads through the lands between via these massive roots. This leads to the rise of those who live in death, living reminders of the Golden Order's flaws, and thus it becomes the target for Golden Order fundamentalist hunters. Fortisax mourns the death of his friend and enters his dream in an attempt to fight off the spread of death from within Godwyn's own mind. Radahn's studies and the Star Scourge conflict. I am placing Ranni's plot prior to Radahn's study of gravity magic at Sellia, because while he does use it to save Sellia in the Star Scourge conflict, I believe his motivations have to be the arresting of fate and stopping Ranni's plans. We know that Radahn is more Golden Order sympathetic than his siblings. His golden armor set shows us the figures that he admires: his father in the red plume, and Godfrey, Lord of the Battlefield, two massive figures within the Golden Pantheon. We also know that Radahn stopping the stars directly affects Ranni's schemes, as Selyn says the following.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress Ranni. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Ranni's destiny.
And in consort, if we read the telescope item description, it reads, during the age of the Erd Tree, Carian astrology withered on the vine. The fate once writ in the night skies has been fettered by the Golden Order. So it is Radahn that fetters fate, and he's actually referred to here by the telescope as the Golden Order. As we are told by a sword monument in Caelid, Radahn's victory over the stars is called the Star Scourge conflict. Sellia is kept safe from some calamity, and he earns his famous moniker, the Star Scourge. Marika shatters the Elden Ring. For whatever reason you believe, the death of Godwyn is the catalyst for Marika finally shattering the Elden Ring. The intro cinematic shows the struggle between Marika and Radagon, and Marika's hammer item description tells us what's happening here. Marika is using the hammer to shatter the Elden Ring, while Radagon is trying to repair it, both sides vying for control of the same body. Clearly the two halves now have radically different beliefs and views, which leads to this struggle over the hammer.
Sorry about that.
O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
Yet ultimately we know who's victorious and what happens. The Elden Ring is shattered, and the world is never the same again. And now I'll leave you in the capable hands of my good friend Lore Hunter, who will take us through the next era, the Shattering.
Why, hello there. Now we find ourselves at the Shattering War, the conflict that ultimately plunges the lands between into a cold war that lasts for 5,000 years, according to author George R.R. Martin. After Marika shattered the Elden Ring, the opening cinematic tells us that her demigod children inherited great runes, shards of the Elden Ring, as well as an empty throne. An Altus Plateau sword monument explains that a sovereign alliance formed between the demigods, but that the peace was short-lived. Diverging ideologies, distrust, and ambition rotted this sovereign alliance. In the first defense of Leyndell, the Erdtree capital was besieged by Godefroy the Grafted, descendant of Godfrey the First Elden Lord. Leyndell repelled the assault, and the Dragon Knight Kristoff heroically captured Godefroy, a feat that earned him Erdtree burial according to the knight's ashes. We learned from Godric's soldier ashes and dialogue from Kenneth Height that Godefroy's kin, Godric the Grafted, fled Leyndell and was pursued all the way to Stormvale by Starscourge Radahn. Around this time, Morgoth the Grace-Given, veiled monarch and lord of Leyndell, took on the persona of Margit, the Fell Omen. The Knights Cavalry set tells us that under the command of the Fell Omen, they were deliverers of death for great warriors, knights, and champions. The war progressed, and the perfumers of the capital turned their healing arts into arts of war. The uplifting aromatic states they commanded troops by using their arts to remove their fear of death and to continue fighting. As the war drew on, they wielded fire, once prohibited for use by those who served the Erdtree, to burn their enemies according to the spark aromatic. Now we arrive at the second defense of Leyndell, where the Fell Omen stacked high the corpses of heroes and kept the inner wall of Leyndell secure, repelling the attack. Morgoth would continue to don the mantle of the Fell Omen through the arrival of the Tarnished, extinguishing the ambitions of any who dared seek out the Erdtree to be Elden Lord. Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing, explains that around this time the most appalling battle occurred along the slopes of Mount Gelmir. Leyndell clashed with the forces of Praetor Rykard, who in the depths of his blasphemy had declared war on the gods and burned a minor Erdtree. This horrific battle took its toll on Leyndell's army, diminishing its power. Rykard's horrific blasphemy disillusioned and dissipated his remaining forces, as Rykard was fully consumed by his plot to devour the gods. During this time, sword monuments in Liurnia and Limgrave state that Malenia the Severed and her Cleanrot Knights marched southward. The Academy of Raya Lucaria had its gates shut and declared it would not interfere in the shattering, according to Tops the Bluntstone. Malenia defeated Godric the Grafted in battle, forcing him to beg for mercy after insulting her. Godric would remain within Stormvale following this defeat, continuing to graft himself so that he might rise to the strength of his forefathers of the Golden Lineage. Now we arrive at the climax of the Shattering War. Malenia, Blade of Miquella, and General Radahn were the two mightiest demigods remaining according to the story trailer. As illustrated in the prologue, Malenia and her Cleanrot Knights met Radahn and his Redmanes in the Caelid Wilds. The armies clashed and these two demigods locked horns in combat. Radahn and Malenia wounded each other and fought to a standstill. It was then that Malenia, Blade of Miquella, gave into the rot within her and unleashed the Scarlet Aeonia, an act that decimated the region of Caelid and put both herself and Radahn out of commission. Radahn, his mind rotted, would endlessly stalk the battlefield awaiting an honorable death, according to witch hunter Jaren. Malenia's knight Finley would take the slumbering and consumed Malenia back to the Haligtree, where she would remain, awaiting the return of her brother. Miquella, however, had been ripped out of the Haligtree and kidnapped by Morgoth's twin brother Mohg, while Malenia campaigned, as illustrated in the prologue.
Come on,
Miquella's
dude.
slumbering corpse would remain in Mohg's clutches as he attempted to establish the Mohgwyn dynasty with Miquella as his god. And so the Shattering War came to a standstill, with every side broken and no lord to take the throne. With no lord to succeed Marika, the Greater Will abandoned the broken lands between. But that was not the end.
And now we enter the era that we're currently in, what I will call the Age of the Tarnished. The Tarnish return.
Ah, great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess, Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so
Come on, dude.
grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished.
Anea tells us everything we really need to know about why the Tarnished were returned to the Lands Between. The demigods had failed to take the throne and restore order, and so this disgraced warrior class that had been left in the pocket by Marika and the Greater Will was seen as the last option to restore order. We know that even before the player character enters the fray, the Tarnished have already been here for a long time and have a fairly storied history. We know that Vargram was one of the first Tarnished to visit Round Table Hold. We know the likes of Vike and Bernal had their time in the sun, both being serious contenders for lordship. And this is the world that we step into, a world with a rich and bloody history, from the ancient dragons to the Battle of Aeonia. What a rich world that both George R.R. Martin and Miyazaki have crafted here. So I hope you enjoyed this take on the timeline, guys. For those who are new to the channel, you won't be aware, but this was my 100k special video for my Elden Ring lore channel, which recently reached 100,000. I usually do long form lore content, so this was a bit of a change for me. I really appreciate everyone's support in both watching this video and supporting the channel over the years. And if you are new to the channel, please consider subscribing if you do like Elden Ring lore, as I do in-depth and lore. Shattering War left the Lands Between broken, and led to the Greater Will abandoning the demigods, as none among their number had truly risen to become Lord.
Come on.
The war concluded with the two greatest among their number incapacitating one another in the climactic Battle of Aeonia. With the Golden Order failed,
Where do I go?
with no
What do I do?
obvious
Fuck.
successor,
Okay.
grace would be extended elsewhere in an attempt to forge a new lord. Beyond the borders of the Lands Between were the Tarnished, a warrior people of an age long past, driven from the Lands Between and divested of their grace. One man stands far taller among the Tarnished, a man of legendary status, Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, once known as Godfrey, first Elden Lord. Godfrey is the pinnacle of what it means to be Tarnished, a mighty warrior, raised to incredible heights,
Come on, man.
only to be stripped of everything and banished, being tempered in death before finally being called back at the Lands Between's darkest hour. Godfrey and his Tarnished have a critical role in the story of Elden Ring, and in many ways, Godfrey is one of the most influential and legendary figures in Erdtree society. In understanding him and his Tarnished kinfolk, we get a greater understanding of the story at large. So join me this week as we unpack the story of the first Elden Lord and ourselves, the Tarnished people. And before we get started, guys, remember that if you like Elden Ring lore, then consider subscribing to the channel and liking the video. Before we talk about the Lord of Beasts, I want to talk about a beast of a deal by introducing today's sponsor. Today's video is brought Fish Gum for me, as well as a history of our player, the Tarnished, has a rich history, and we get a rare sort of kinship with a godly character that we rarely get in other From Software games. But not only is Godfrey important for the Tarnished, but in some ways he is one of the most important figures in Erdtree mythology, treated with a reverence and respect far above other characters like Radagon, for example. And there is good reason for this, as in some ways he is the founding and uniting figure of the Erdtree era, alongside Marika, of course. He has garnered this respect because he is the one who won all the victories for the Erdtree in its early period, uniting the lands under its boughs. So let's talk about the earliest era of Horalu's history so we can understand the age that tempered the man who would become first Elden Lord. The remembrance of Horalu reads the following. After the long march of the Tarnished came to an end, Godfrey divested himself of kingship, becoming a simple warrior once more. Now, while this refers to the Long March of the Tarnished, an event nearer the end of Godfrey's timeline, it uses the term becoming a simple warrior once more, which tells us that not only was Hoaralou his persona after he became tarnished, but also that he was Hoaralou before he became Godfrey, Elden Lord. Hoaralou, as we see from our fight with this persona, is a vastly different person than the stately Godfrey. This is of course partly communicated by Hoaralou's behaviour and mentality of strength warrants a crown, i.e. might makes right, a classic trope to display a more barbarian culture. Godfrey is a symbol of a new era of civilization, order, and of Godfrey's controlled, lordly manner. Even Godfrey's name means godly or heavenly peace, a real indicator of what Godfrey represents. In stark opposition to the Godfrey personality is his original personage, Hoaralou, warrior, whose nature we of course get a hint of via the Godfrey icon description, which reads as follows. Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took the beast regent upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. Meaning of course that before Godfrey was Godfrey, and before he took Sir Roche on his back, Hoaralou was possessed of an unceasing bloodlust, a warrior of unmatched rage, power, and with a distinct lack of restraint. And this very much is the man that we see in the second stage of Godfrey's fight, when he has ripped Sir Roche off his back, and he fights with his bare hands. We get further evidence of what this barbarian warlord stood for via the champion headband, which describes Badland culture, a tribe he established after becoming Hoaralou once more after his tarnishing, but could definitely be used to analyse the Hoaralou of yesteryear. The item reads as follows. Headband reserved for the Badlands bravest. Proof that the wearer has slaughtered countless foes. Following the example of their chieftain Hoaralou, the brave warriors of the Badlands shun excess adornment. Strength and warrior austerity, where strength is valued above all else, and excess adornment and showmanship is not part of the culture. This, the strongest survives and the strongest rules, is almost Animal Kingdom in its construction. This all grounds Hoaralou in the era that he is most associated with, that of the Crucible, a period of war, bestial vitality, and competition, a far cry from the civilized Erdtree and Golden Order eras. We know that the age of the Crucible is one of vitality and primordial life, thanks to the many descriptions of it. For example, the scale, feather, and knot talismans read the following. A vestige of the Crucible of primordial life, born partially of devolution. It was once considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. So where the Golden Order and Erdtree eras represent civilization, the Crucible era stands for the opposite. These items also tie the Crucible to the Misbegotten and the Omen, given that the knot talisman is dropped by an Omen killer and visually represents the knotted horns that cover their bodies, and the scale and feather talismans could be used to describe the Misbegotten, who are both scaled and have vestigial wings. Both the Misbegotten and Omen are examples of overflowing, almost cancerous life, both beings having wild vestigial growths that aren't the result of careful evolutionary design. Rather, they are examples of uncontrollable and chaotic life. This is further emphasized by the description of the aspects of the Crucible incantations. The descriptions of all of these describe the Crucible as a power, where all life was blended together. Again, an era of excessive, chaotic life, the stark opposite of controlled civilization. This chaos extends to the artistic representations of the Crucible itself, seen in Siluria's spear and Siluria's helm. and, in what Tarnished archaeologist terms, the Gardener statues. Finally, the term crucible itself not only signifies that the crucible itself was a vessel that contained blended together life, as is suggested by the description of the aspects of the crucible incantations, but the term crucible can also mean an era of survival of the fittest. Now, we don't know precisely what the era prior to the Crucible era was called, but we know from Placidusax's remembrance that he ruled as Elden Lord in the age before the Erd Tree. So in this age before the Erd Tree, possibly an age that intersected with that of the Crucible, Placidusax had been Elden Lord, and he was consort to a now fled god. The dragon civilization is one built by dragons, hawks, and beastmen. And so while it is impossible to know if the dragon civilization was in full swing just before or during the age of the Crucible, we do have evidence that Hoaralou, or Godfrey, interacted with beasts of this civilization, or at least we have good evidence to suggest that he did. And so whether Hoaralou operated just in the age of the Crucible or this age prior, it is clear that he was immersed in an era that valued strength over everything else, an era of violence, life, energy, chaos, and beasts. And in many ways, this is encapsulated perfectly by a simple piece of iconography that would come to be part of Godfrey's livery, the Lion Rampant. The beast, or specifically the Lion Rampant, is of course part of Godfrey's coat of arms, and we still see it upon the golden lineage armour of Godric's men, his descendant. We see the Lion Rampant at Stormvale, and of course at the fortified manor, as well as at the arena, which has lion iconography engraved into the stone and lion banners, all locations that are associated with Godfrey's early rule. And in order to understand Godfrey's early era, we have to try and understand the beast who inspired this imagery. We know the identity of this beast thanks to the tree and beast surcoat, which is worn by Godric's men in the current era. It reads as follows. The surcoat depicts the distant Erd Tree and the beast region, an emblem of the golden lineage. Both are symbols of glory now past. The beast region is also known as Sarosh, a fact confirmed to us via the Godfrey icon, which we have already read, but it directly references Sarosh as this beast region. We now know him as the Beast Region, a title that denotes his submissive and advisory position to Godfrey. However, once Sarosh was a lord in its own right, something we learn of via the Beastclaw Greathammer, which reads, "The black nails protruding from golden fur are said to represent Sarosh, Lord of Beasts, who went on to become King Godfrey's region." This is a fascinating piece of lore, because it suggests that Sarosh was once a lord of his own people, the Beasts. We know from Godfrey's declaration of strength befitting a crown, as well as his list of victories in his armour set, that Godfrey was a great conqueror, who rose from an age of violence as a victor over many clans and rulers. It would make sense that Sarosh's transition from Lord to Godfrey's region was also the result of Godfrey defeating Sarosh and his beast civilization, and binding him to his will. And so now I would like to take the time to analyse Sarosh and his beast people, for I think it is vital in understanding the early days of Hoaralou and who he would become, and because understanding one of Godfrey's oldest advisors helps inform us of where Hoaralou came from. The beast civilization is an interesting and unique challenge to analyse, and I think it is something I will look at in more depth in a separate video. But when it comes to a timeline, there is plenty of evidence that points to the fact that Farum Azula, the beast and dragon civilization, developed over a long period of time and is quite ancient. This is a subject we have assessed in our Timeline and Dragons video, where, thanks to the excellent work of Tarnished Archaeologist, we can compare the development of human prehistory to the development of Beastmen society, showing how old this civilization really is. Firstly, we have reference to the Beastmen beginning to use stone tools, and thus a parallel to the real-life Stone Age. And this is something we learn of via the Bestial Sling incantation, which reads, "It is said that in the time before the Erdtree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence." So not only does this refer to stone tools and weapons, but it makes it clear that this bestial civilization took place in the time before the Erdtree, clearly setting it before the more modern Leyndell civilization and the Erdtree faith. We can backtrack the prehistory development further from the Stone Age through to the Copper Age, thanks to tarnished archaeologists' identification of the Beastmen burials being a reference to the Copper Age Varna burials. And then finally into the Iron Age, thanks to the description of the Beastman Cleaver, that makes it clear that these weapons are of iron construction. And so while I have often assumed that all of this history took place a long time ago, and evidently some of it did, like the Stone Age and the Copper Age parts of Beastman society, I am now of the opinion that the Beastman civilization may well have been more around when Godfrey or Hoaralou was rising to prominence, such as the similarities of Godfrey's axe and the Beastman Cleaver, as well as the semantics of Placidius Axe's remembrance, that suggest that he was still the Elden Lord in the age just prior to that of the Erdtree, and we will go over some other connections. But people may be wondering why I'm even talking about Beastman society, and that's of course because we are talking about Sarosh, Lord of Beasts, and we can find lion visages throughout Farum Azula and the Bestial Sanctum, which to me heavily suggests that lions, like Sarosh, were very much part of this Beastman and dragon civilization. It is clear that the Beastman civilization was subservient to the dragons, as we can see via the clear statuary in Farum Azula that show the Beastmen being sort of religious or clerical attendants to the dragons. It is likely that the Beastmen existed under the aegis of Placidius Axe, who was their Elden Lord in this age before the Erdtree, their ruler essentially. Placidius Axe's remembrance mentions a god, and Farum Azula has an engraving of a differently configured Elden Ring. So basically, we have all the components of an order: a god, the one mentioned in Placidius Axe's remembrance, an Elden Lord, Placidius Axe himself, and the Elden Ring, much like we had Godfrey, Marika, and the Elden Ring later. In totality, I would speculate that this society would be made up of beastmen, wolves, lions like Sarosh and the Guardian Lions, dragons and hawks, all of which can be tied back to Farum Azula, either by statuary or by physical presence. I would also argue that humans played a role in this society due to the statues of humans we find around Farum Azula, as well as the lore of the Draconian appearance preset for our players, which talks about a race of humans that were of the ancient dragons, and the banished knights who I believe started off as warriors that served the dragons and Placidius Axe, but we will revisit that soon. So we could just write this subject off as a very ancient civilization distinct from the modern culture of the Erdtree.
I like it. Yep, it's fine. The prices blow my mind.
And that Godfrey, Hoaralou, had some kind of clash with them in the past that resulted in Sarosh's submission. However, there is more to Sarosh that we could potentially mine. As I've already said, there is lion iconography throughout Farum Azula and the Bestial Sanctum, and to me this suggests some sort of importance to Sarosh, which makes sense if he was the Lord of Beasts. Sarosh's importance to bestial society could be tied to their idea of intelligence. We have already looked at the item description of Bestial Sling, which speaks of the beastmen first gaining intelligence, evolving from feral beasts to a society that begins to use tools. And of course, using tools is often seen as the first step for an intelligent society. The advent of their intelligence is further expounded upon via the Cinque Dea, which reads the following: short sword, given to high-ranking clergymen of Farum Azula. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The 5 fingers is symbolic of their intelligence, In my mind, no doubt a reference to opposable thumbs, a hand setup that has allowed humans and our primate cousins to utilize tools, which, as we've said, is often the first signs of intelligence. Now, this is important because there's another reference to 5 fingers, and it is from something we've already looked at, the Beast Claw Great Hammer, which I will read again. Great hammer with a striking end, modelled to resemble 5 beastly claws. The black nails protruding from golden fur are said to represent Sarosh, Lord of Beasts. So does this mean that the 5 claws that represent Sarosh also represent intelligence, as if he is tied to their idea of intelligence? Was he one of the first beasts to gain intelligence, or the first, or is it that he is considered the wisest and most intelligent among them? The Golden Beast Crest Shield describes Sarosh as an aged counsellor who guides the golden lineage. To me, this gives the picture of an old and wise being, so at the very least I would speculate that Sarosh is a wise and respected elder of Beastman society, who would go on to give sage advice to Godfrey. As in every depiction that we get of Sarosh, the main thing that is mentioned is his intelligence and advice, not his bestial power or martial prowess. Is always focused in on his intelligence, where his presence in turn makes Hoaralou less of a beast and more like a lord. He really is the aspect of Godfrey that makes him more lordly. Ultimately, what is clear to me is that Sarosh was once an important character in this prior society, a lord among his people, even if they were subservient to the dragons ultimately. He does still wear a crown, which is either representative of his position as a regent for Godfrey, or he was allowed to retain his crown as a lord of the beasts, but subservient to Godfrey ultimately. And my reason for supposing that Hoaralou or Godfrey defeated Sarosh and made him his regent is because, of course, they were both lords in their own way, and they were both beasts in their own way. We could hardly see Sarosh throwing down his weapons and kneeling before Godfrey without a fight, and indeed we do see scars on Sarosh's face suggesting he was injured in a fight long ago. It would be simple enough to leave it there that Sarosh was a lord among beasts, and Hoaralou defeated him in one of his many conquests, and evidently Godfrey did respect Sarosh because he didn't just defeat him and kill him, he also became an important part to Godfrey's identity. However, there are more considerations when we speak of the culture of the beast and Hoaralou's early history, and that is the rather interesting connections between Stormveil, the fortified manor, and Fire Missoula. One of the most interesting connections is of course the Banished Knights, which are not only present in Fire Missoula and Stormveil, but also Stormveil and the fortified manor hold the armaments and weapons of the Banished Knights. So what is the connection here? These knights clearly have a connection to the dragon civilization, for not only are they present in Fire Missoula, but they also use dragon communion incantations and bear the dragon upon their helms. In Lore Hunter's Stormveil lore video, Lore Hunter makes the suggestion that Stormveil was originally a fortification built by a Stormlord that was then captured by Godfrey, co-opted, and altered over time by Godfrey and his descendants. And in Last Protagonist's lore video, they suggest that the Banished Knights did once serve the Stormlord for reasons we'll get into soon, but after the defeat of the Stormlord, these Banished Knights would be pressed into Godfrey's service. And I believe the truth is a medley of these two ideas. But I will link both of those videos below if you want their explanations of their theories. But let's start with the Banished Knights. In Last Protagonist's video on the Stormlord, they make a lot of interesting observations regarding the Banished Knights. Firstly, they point out that in the original Japanese, the description for Banished Knight Ingval and Banished Knight Oleg are a little bit more to the point. In English, they say, one of the two knights known as the Wings of the Storm. Yet, according to Last Protagonist's translation, they are referred to in the Japanese as the Wings of the Storm Lord, cementing the connection that these Banished Knights once had to the Storm Lord that is mentioned in Godfrey's armour. As I will discuss in the next chapter, I do believe that the Stormlord was most likely Placidusax, but later Godfrey would bind these warriors to his will after defeating their lord, Placidusax. Thus these banished knights with their dragon-topped helm and association with Fire Missoula, is it possible that these banished knights are formed from the Draconian humans, a race of humans available as an appearance preset in Character Creator? The description of this preset reads as follows: the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short. Of course, this very much hints to a race of people who lived alongside and served the ancient dragons, and it would explain the many humanoid statues and reliefs that we see in Fire Missoula. And of course, this is just speculation, but I've just tried to zoom in on the faces beneath the banished knights, and it does look like the skin tone of the Draconian human preset, though I'm sure someone more skilled than I could fully unmask these NPCs and find out the truth for sure. Leave your comments below if you believe this is the Draconian preset underneath the banished knight's armor set. Indeed, the dragon depictions on the flame cannons found in Stormveil could be further evidence of Stormveil's proud ancient heritage. Regardless, that is a lot of speculation, but it would help explain the rather hodgepodge imagery in Stormveil and on the Banished Knights. But of course, Stormveil and the Banished Knights to a degree are also associated with hawks, and the Stormhawk King, who could well have ruled the roost here before Godfrey conquered it. For example, the importance of the hawk to Stormveil and its ancient heritage is made clear via the hawk crest wooden shield, which reads the following: adorned with a long-forgotten crest of Stormveil, ancient in design. And of course that icon is the hawk. In fact, it's more or less stated
Your
that the
aggro table
Stormhawk
is
King,
huge, buddy.
the ruler of the hawks, once ruled over this perch at Stormveil over other hawks, as its item description reads the following: ashes of a hawk, revered by all others as sovereign, back in the days when Stormveil's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. This would of course explain the presence of hawks throughout Stormveil, and how the Banished Knights utilise the power of the storm, as well as the hawk iconography throughout the castle. It makes it clear that hawks are important to the history of this location. I would speculate that after Godfrey defeated the Stormhawk King, that he would make this region one of his bastions, and even indenture the surviving hawks in this area, as the Warhawk ashes, the ash of the type of hawks we see around Stormveil, that have the grafted claws, says the following: spirit of a Stormveil Warhawk, the talons of which have been sliced off so that razor-fine swords could be grafted in their place. With its lord vanquished and its wings wounded, the hawk perished as it solemnly gazed at its former home. And this tells us a lot about the hawks that are at Stormveil. It suggests to me that the hawks, so broken by the loss of their king, the Stormhawk monarch, submitted to Godfrey and his men, having blades forcibly grafted onto them, and serving Stormveil as guard dogs almost. Indeed, their enslavement is more or less confirmed by the fact that their wings have been wounded and we see chains upon their backs. A stark contrast to the free and natural hawks found in Fire Missoula. And so, given there are hawks and banished knights here, as there are in Fire Missoula, I would suggest that Stormveil was just an extension of Fire Missoula's society, and that the Stormhawk monarch ruled over hawks in this location as a part of the greater Fire Missoula civilization. But much like his other defeated enemy, Sarosh, hawks would continue to be an important symbol to Godfrey for a long time, showing how much he respected their power. For not only does the hawk symbol feature heavily in Stormveil, Fortified Manor, and Castle Morn, but dialogue with Nepheli Loux shows that Godfrey's later Badlands clan, far into the future after the conquest of Stormveil, would continue having a relationship with hawks. For when we give the Stormhawk monarch to Nepheli Loux, she talks about having a hawk in her homeland, as she says,
"Is that ash? I can smell the ancient storm in it. This ash,
It reminds me of my first hawk.
This connection with the Badlands clan is further reinforced by Nefeli Lu's weapon of choice, the Stormhawk axe, which of course recalls the power of the Hawks of Stormvale. But this could be because the Badlands are actually like Stormvale, and as we discuss later in this video, this could be why Hoarah-Loux chose the Badlands to settle in. Because Nefeli Lu says the following when she becomes the Lord of Stormvale.
This land is much like the one from which I hail. I will call upon the storm to drive away the foulness that has settled on the winds.
But we are getting slightly ahead of ourselves here, and we will talk about his battle with the Storm Lord when we talk about Godfrey's later victories. But I just wanted to make it clear my ideas behind the connections of Stormvale with Fire Missoula. Ultimately, I see it as a bit of a melting point and a crossover of Hoarah-Lou's ideas as a warrior, as well as a previous civilization, a civilization of beasts, hawks, and dragons, all which would be incorporated by the rising Hoarah-Loux, the banished knights serving under him, the hawks brought to heel, and Sarosh becoming one of his most trusted advisors and part of his iconography. If I was to come down on whether I think Godfrey built Stormvale Castle from scratch, or whether it was something he later took and built upon, I would go with the latter. But I would say that Godfrey certainly had a hand, and his later descendants, in developing it to the state that we see it in today. There are too many ties to the Hawks to discount them completely as having an influence on this place. But of course there are signs of Godfrey's influence. For example, what I call the Crucible Church, the area you pass through after the Rampart Site of Grace. This must have been built in Godfrey's time, as it has crucible iconography. For example, there's the turquoise statue on the roof of a lady with an amphora, very similar to the depiction of Marika with the amphora found on the Erdtree favoured talisman, a talisman which describes the early era of the Erdtree. And inside, there are two variations of the Gardener statue, which we believe represent the Crucible. And to me it is also implied that Godric, Godfrey's descendant, also had a hand in further expanding the castle, namely with the golden ornamentation grafted on top.
I gotta go back.
Godfrey seems like a more austere warrior, whereas Godric seems like someone who wants to show off his golden lineage.
Nope.
And thus it would make
We
sense for
can
Godric
somehow
to be the
make our
one
way to
who
8.
further grafted on the gold onto Stormvale. Stormvale is definitely a layered illustration and history
Can't forget that I'm
of
a
Stormvale and Limgrave itself. And if you'd like to learn more about its design and potential architectural layers, then I would highly recommend
If I have to do
Lore
it when I'm
Hunter's
level
excellent
7,
video
I'd
on
rather
that
be
very subject.
confident.
But for me, the best
taking
illustration
one.
of Stormvale's heritage is the concluding part of Nefeli Lu's quest. Nefeli's ascension to the throne as the Lady of Stormvale only happens after she accepts the ashes of the Stormhawk King, very symbolic of Stormvale itself, Lu being the blood of Godfrey, and in possession of the ash of the old Stormhawk monarch, gives Nefeli the legitimacy she needs to rule over Stormvale as Lady Nefeli. This large tangent is served to explain Godfrey or Hoarah-Lou's early interaction with the age and civilization of beasts, hawk, beastmen, and dragon. And again, for me, it makes the timeline a little bit more blurry between Placidusax's Age of Dragons that came before and the beginning of the Age of the Crucible. And Hoarah-Loux is important because he's a man of both eras. Hoarah-Loux, the man of the Age of Beasts, and Godfrey, first Elden Lord of the time of the Erdtree, but ultimately someone who very much respected those who came before him, and his most trusted advisor is a lord from that previous era. The submission of Sarosh may well be symbolically represented by Godfrey's axe itself, an excellent observation made by tarnished archaeologist via Reddit user Kernai Jack. The Reddit user points out the design similarities between Godfrey's axe and the Beastmen cleaver in regards to the designs found upon the blades of both. If this is true, if Godfrey's iconic axe was a gift from the defeated Beastmen, then it becomes even more symbolic than it already is, a final construction from that previous civilization gifted to the Lord, that would carry us forth into a new age. And so with that said, the Lord of Beasts and the bestial civilization covered, let us now talk about Godfrey's early culture and his eventual ascension to Elden Lord.
So for Witcher prevents streaks and haze better than a mop. Love it for your money back.
Tarnished archaeologist in their Godfrey lore video likens the man to King Arthur, the legendary and mythological unifying British king. And aside from the obvious Round Table parallels, there are even more connections to be made here, but with that imagery in mind, let us look at the Round Table hold itself. The fortified manor is of course the original and physical iteration of the Round Table hold that we, as the Tarnished, now utilise in our pursuit of lordship. And this is a fitting setting for the gathering of the Tarnished, as there is a good chance that the ancestors of the Tarnished most likely made up the warriors that once stood around the Round Table in Fortified Manor with Godfrey in years past. We of course know that the Fortified Manor was associated with Godfrey thanks to the Lion Rampant banners, and the Lion Rampant that sits above the door itself. And in general it is very similarly outfitted to Stormvale. And in general the concept of a round table very much lines up of what we know of Godfrey or Hoaralou, a man who used to believe in strength and martial prowess, and having a council of warriors which were all considered equal in terms of their voice would be very fitting for his earlier days. This is a concept taken from Arthurian legend, where Arthur's council was made up of his trusted and legendary knights. When they stood at that table, there was no head of the table. No voice was valued more than the other, despite the fact their king stood amongst them. And by proving your valour in battle, you had earned the right to speak freely and equally at the Council of the Round Table. Godfrey's early focus on warrior culture is of course reflected in the design of Fortified Manor itself. It stands in stark contrast to the opulent design of Higher Lane Dale that surrounds it. The Fortified Manor is very Spartan in design, clearly a functional defensive outpost, and I agree with Tarnished archaeologists' take in their Godfrey lore video that this manor definitely precedes High Lane Dale culture. Inside the manor is a very functional space
Good Lord, that was close.
with rooms dedicated to storage, blacksmithing, armour, and a council chamber, as well as a kitchen and eating spaces. You can very much imagine this as a true warrior's hold. It's not just for show, and that it could actually withstand a siege if necessary. We have already discussed the history of Sarosh, but what is interesting to me is that when we consider the later livery of the golden lineage represented by Godric's men, the livery is balanced between what is now considered to be the two symbols of Godfrey's rule, the Lion of Sarosh and the Erdtree. The very fact both Stormvale and the Fortified Manor only have the lion banner implies to me that the Sarosh symbol was the earlier part of Godfrey's symbolism before he became the Elden Lord of the Erdtree Order, as well as the fact that these constructions are specifically Godfrey's holdings rather than a greater part of the Lane Dale and Erdtree Order. Again, the prevalence of Banished Knight armour in both Stormvale and the Fortified Manor, two locations connected to Godfrey, again makes that connection that the Banished Knights were eventually pressed into service under Godfrey, whether you believe them to originally be warriors of the Stormlord or not. And to me, when we look at the early history of Fortified Manor and Godfrey, we're not only looking at the heritage of Hoaralou, but of the Tarnished themselves, of our own character. As we will get into later, the Tarnished are the warrior people who stood alongside Godfrey, and we know this from Marika's speech where she divests Godfrey and his warriors of their grace, and by the description of Godfrey's acts, which shows that he led his kinsfolk out of the lands between when they were tarnished. And in an interview via The Gamer, Miyazaki himself said that Godfrey is the embodiment of the Tarnished's long history and struggle. So just keep that in mind while we look at Godfrey and his earlier history, that we are looking at the history of the Tarnished themselves before they were named such. But we will go into more detail in the Tarnished chapter. While the story of Fortified Manor isn't said directly, I think it is a great example of environmental storytelling. We can see here a warrior culture that becomes outdated by the later culture of Leyndell, much as the Fortified Manor itself sticks out like a sore thumb amongst the buildings of High Leyndell. As I said in the prior chapter, something that is really difficult to nail down is when the Age of the Crucible truly began, and while I speculate that Hoaraloo's early conquests were a product of the time, an aggressive era of survival of the fittest, in time he would codify his beliefs and become more associated with the new emerging power, the Crucible. The earliest sign of this is of course his Crucible Knights, who we learn are associated with the Warrior King via their gauntlet set, which reads, Gauntlets of the Crucible Knights who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. And we can only speculate as to when Hoaraloo became associated with this new rising power, and when he became Godfrey, when he took the vow to become a lord. But at some point, he would become joined to another emerging power, the Empyrean Marika, who would become the god of the new Erdtree era, and as such, he would become her consort, an Elden Lord, and no doubt he gained this position through his formidable reputation as a warrior. Marika and her Erdtree adherents would need a warrior. The protection of the Erdtree incantation makes it clear that at the beginning the Erdtree had many enemies to overcome, and thus a warrior like Hoaraloo was the Elden Lord that Marika needed. And yet, to become Elden Lord, he needed to be more than a barbarian warrior. He had to conduct himself as a lord. And as we know from his axe's item description, Godfrey did vow to conduct himself as a lord. And at this moment, he transitioned from Hoaraloo to Godfrey, from a warrior king with a round table council to a more traditional monarch figure. Tarnished archaeologist points out that this is a nuance that is illustrated by Round Table Hold itself. For in one room, we see the level playing field of the Round Table, which stands in stark contrast to the small chamber found off the Round Table, which essentially is a throne room for a lord. One represents a warrior culture of equal voice, and the other represents a traditional monarchy, the complete opposite of a Round Table philosophy, where one voice stands far above the others. So we can assume that after his ascension to Elden Lord, Godfrey's old holds still continued to be used, and given there is an Elden Throne in both Stormveil and Fortified Manor, this is very much implied. Given the more basic and Spartan design of the Norman Fortified Manor, I would suggest that Leyndell was built sometime after this building, due to the more grand design and clearer purposeful ties to the Erdtree in its iconography. And given Godfrey's origins, I would like to imagine him as a man who would still have preferred to use his more functional holds, like Stormveil and Fortified Manor, even after more opulent buildings were built in Leyndell. There is one final symbol of this transition, of the moment that Hoaraloo became Godfrey, and again credit to Tarnished archaeologists for pointing out this detail in Fortified Manor. And the detail I am talking about is the weapons that are plunged into the Round Table itself. Standing starkly among these swords is a single axe. And we know that Godfrey took his iconic double-headed axe at the moment he vowed to conduct himself as a lord. We know what is expected of a lord thanks to the description of the Ruler's Mask item description, which reads, Such a mask illustrates the qualities of an ideal lord, chiefly wise and possessing a certain defined geniality. One at the centre of society often finds these qualities most expedient. Hoaraloo and his warriors very much are the opposite of these ideals. Yet Godfrey the Lord, A man who speaks with poise and respect very much cleaves closer to the ideals described by the ruler's mask. Godfrey is certainly more defanged than Horalu, warrior. So perhaps these swords being embedded in the table is a further defanging, a symbolic moment of laying down the sword. Godfrey and his warriors giving up their old ways, giving up the warrior culture, and taking up the symbols of lordship. Could this truly be Godfrey's old functional battle axe? A permanent reminder of the man he used to be, marking the ends of his days as Horalu, before picking up his more symbolic axe and taking Sarosh upon his back, rising as Godfrey, first Elden Lord. Things of course dramatically changed for Godfrey and the world when Marika looked to herald in the primacy of the Erdtree. We know from Malekith's remembrance that Marika was once an Empyrean, and thus must have been elected as such during an earlier era, possibly during the same era as Horalu's rise to prominence. From Rani's dialogue about Empyreans, we know that Empyreans are potential candidate gods chosen to usher in a new era. In Marika's case, it was no doubt the emergence of the primordial form of the Erdtree, the Crucible, that heralded the dawn of a new age that necessitated a new god. Of course, Marika faced a lot of challenges as a young Empyrean, and she and her Erdtree would face an uphill battle to become the dominant power in the lands between. The protection of the Erdtree incantation reads, "In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order." The Erdtree is so obviously the centre of power in our current era, and it is so hard to imagine that it was anything else. Yet as this description so clearly states, the Erdtree earned its primacy through bloodshed. To further drive this point home, the description of the Elden Lord armor set, Godfrey's set, says the following: "The age of the Erdtree began amongst conflict, when Godfrey was lord of the battlefield." This does seem to be one of the bloodiest periods in all of Lands Between history, but it would be the one in which Godfrey would cement his legacy as the lord of the battlefield. And it is no doubt in no small part thanks to Godfrey's martial prowess that the Erdtree would be victorious and become the primary power in the Lands Between. So let's talk about this period. No doubt as a newly minted god, Marika would also have had significant power granted to her. However, given Godfrey's title of Lord of the Battlefield and the many battles attributed to him, I think we can safely say that Godfrey was the biggest factor in unifying the Lands Between under
This will
the
be
Erdtree.
faster, I think.
Marika and Grace were no doubt aware of Horalu's reputation, and thus this is why Horalu was elevated to a position of Elden Lord, with Marika probably being fully aware that everything was in opposition to her new order. And again, this is where a tarnished archaeologist's analogy of Godfrey being like King Arthur comes into place again. King Arthur is credited with creating the blueprint for a modern United Kingdom by uniting the disparate United Kingdoms in a post-Roman Britain. And again, we can see Godfrey as that great unifier in the beginning of the age of the Erdtree. And the semantics of the description of protection of the Erdtree really makes it clear that this was a period of lots of bloodshed, because it says, through countless victories, the Erdtree would become the symbol of order. And so we can only imagine how much Godfrey and his warriors had to fight. In my own head, I call this era the Erdtree Unification Wars, and no doubt they were countless tribes, minor societies that were crushed and brought to heel by Godfrey and his warriors. The Siege of Morn gives us some insight into what these battles could have been like. So let us look at the grafted greatsword, which reads the following: "The storied sword of Castle Morn, a revenger's weapon. It is burdened with oceans of anger and regret. A lone surviving champion from a country now vanished was so determined to continue fighting that he claimed the swords of an entire clan of warriors. This is an interesting description as it suggests the original wielder of the sword was a sole survivor of a lost country, and that revenge was their purpose and on their mind, symbolically forging a single sword out of all the swords of a lost clan to bring vengeance collectively to the one that perpetrated the loss of this clan. And when we look at this in line with the sword monument found at Castle Morn, we do get the full picture of who this revenge is directed at. The Siege of Castle Morn. A lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hand of Lord Godfrey. This is of course interesting for a number of reasons. Firstly, it mentions Godfrey, not Hoaralou, meaning this event took place when Godfrey was Elden Lord. Secondly, it of course shows that the revenge of this lone revenger was directed against Godfrey, implicitly suggesting that Godfrey is responsible for the destruction of the country and clan that is mentioned in said sword's description. And I would suggest that this country and clan was just one of the many that Godfrey would have destroyed in these Erdtree unification wars, and it would eventually result in this final climactic battle between the lone survivor of said country and Lord Godfrey. Now, we don't know if the Revenger was the one that was in possession of Castle Morn, or whether they were besieging, but ultimately it doesn't matter. It's just another one of Godfrey's many victories, another potential enemy destroyed. And obviously in time this would become one of Godfrey's holding, whether he held it before this Revenger or took it from him, as it does contain the similar kind of imagery that we find in Stormveil and Round Table Hold, and it is still held by one of Godfrey's descendants, Godric, and his vassals. What is also interesting is that Godfrey didn't actually discard the Revenger's weapon, as we can see from the fact it becomes the storied weapon of Castle Morn, and indeed Godric's vassal, Edgar, is determined to recover the weapon before he thinks about abandoning Castle Morn, which has been overrun by misbegotten slaves, suggesting that this sword is of great value now to the Golden lineage, a relic of this bloodline. And indeed, at the hilt, you can see it now bears the crest of Godfrey, that lion rampant we've gone into detail about so many times now. Despite all these more minor victories, two of his greatest victories are detailed in his armor set, the victories against the Stormlord and the Giants. Now, in days past, I'd always assumed that the Stormlord was one and the same with the Stormhawk King, who we've already spoken about in the prior chapters, and I had denied the common theory that the Stormlord was actually Placidusax. However, as I always do, I have reconsidered my position on this bit of lore, and I believe that there is a good chance that Godfrey defeated Placidusax, and this is the Stormlord mentioned, and thematically, this was the final nail in the coffin of the prior order, one Elden Lord being defeated by the next Elden Lord. Let's start with Placidusax's remembrance, which reads, "The Dragon Lord whose seat lies at the heart of the storm, beyond time, is said to have been the Elden Lord in the age before the Erdtree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return." Now, there are already a number of hints here as to Placidusax being the Stormlord that Godfrey faced down. First is the obvious association with storms. Placidusax exists beyond a storm that is seemingly able to manipulate time somehow. There's also the fact that Placidusax really is a master or lord of storms, being able to transform himself into a storm cloud and wield what the Cragblade describes as primeval lightning. This of course brings us back to the Hawks themselves and their ability to wield storms. Hawks are also present in Fire Missoula. Hawks are ultimately raptors, and raptors are distant relations of the dinosaurs, so perhaps the Hawks of Elden Ring are descendants of the dragons, an analogy to real-world dinosaurs and birds, and thus carried the dragon's affinity for the storm down the genetic line, and that really the true masters of the storm are the dragons, and the Hawks owe their manipulation of the storm to the dragons. and ultimately Placidusax. One of the strongest pieces of evidence for Placidusax being this Stormlord that was defeated by Godfrey is of course his wounds. He seems to have lost 3 heads and has had his wings and body damaged by very deep scars, all wounds that very much could have been caused by an axe. And as we discussed in a prior chapter, the age of beasts that was ruled over by Placidusax may have more closely overlapped with the age of the Crucible, and thus the age of the Erdtree, more closely than I had previously considered. And so if Marika and Godfrey were seeking to establish a new order, it would make perfect sense for Godfrey to target the Elden Lord of the prior one. And really, if Godfrey's already defeated the Stormhawk Monarch, Sarosh, it would thematically make sense if he also defeated Placidusax. His order's primacy would really be confirmed and legitimized, with 3 lords of this prior order being defeated by the new Elden Lord. This is now what I believe when the armor says that Godfrey faced the Storm Lord alone. Elden Lord versus Elden Lord, with Godfrey coming out on top of this conflict and Placidusax retreating to beyond the storm, awaiting his god to return and essentially licking his wounds. And as we already discussed, if Placidusax was the Storm Lord, that meant that the Banished Knights, including Oleg and Ingval, the wings of the Storm Lord, would have previously served Placidusax, but upon Placidusax's defeat, their locations throughout Godfrey's holds suggest that they now serve a different master. With the Storm Lord and the former order finally defeated,
yeah, I guess
Godfrey
we'll do
and
this
Marika
first.
would have one final set of
And
rivals
we'll go down here,
to
we'll do
overthrow.
this one, we'll go down
The
here, we'll do
giants
this
that were
one, we'll
mentioned
swim over,
in
get
Godfrey's
this.
armor, the fire giants,
And if we're
who
like
controlled
level
the
10,
mountaintops,
we'll go
and
and
the
do
Forge of Ruin is
Fizzle.
flame.
If we're not level 10
Obviously,
yet, we won't
this
go
is
do
one of
Fizzle.
the most titanic
I'm gonna wait
and
till 10 to
pivotal
do
battles
Fizzle.
in this early
And honestly, I
Erdtree
don't
era.
think I'll be level 10
It was the
by the time
battle
I'm done doing
that
these.
marked the dawn of
Without
the
turning
age of
them
the
in.
Erdtree, the
I'll
importance of
have to
which
do
is
another,
impressed upon
side
or meant
quest.
by Marika herself in the speech that Melina recreates for us on the mountaintops of the giants.
Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree.
This is a pretty epic and momentous speech, and it is important because it does mark the dawn of a new age, the dawn of the age of the Erdtree. Another thing that is interesting about this speech is where it takes place. Melina recreates it at the first Church of Marika, again suggesting that the end of this battle would mark the beginning of the Erdtree era, and Marika's dominance as the god. And no doubt this first church was built in honour of that final victory. Marika makes it very clear that this is the final battle in the way of Erdtree dominance, and that all the many countless battles that came before it have led to this singular moment. Of course, the reason why the giants needs to be destroyed is perfectly clear. Not only are they powerful, but they also possess the Flame of Ruin. As we see from our own journey, the Flame of Ruin does pose a direct physical threat towards the Erdtree. The need for action could well have been further spurred by the prophecy of flame, which we hear of via Fire's deadly sin, which reads, "The prophet despaired, looking up at the Erdtree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. That is not the domain of mere men." Aenea confirms that this is the first cardinal sin, and given it is the first of the cardinal sins of the Erdtree order, I assume this sin must have been established early on in Erdtree history, a fear brought about by a prophecy that ultimately pushed Marika and her people to assault the mountaintops and seal the giants. Marika's speech, of course, mentions Lord Godfrey, placing Godfrey at her side during this conflict, and we can only imagine the great feats that he and his knights would achieve during this battle. With the trolls betraying them, and their ancient Zaemor enemies joining the Erdtree alliance, the fire giants really stood no chance, and were conclusively defeated. However, as we know, victory here was not complete, for the remembrance of the fire giant reads the following. The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realizing the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. Marika and her forces realized that the flame could never truly be extinguished, and thus it must be confined and controlled instead. As we discussed in my Fire Giants lore video, which I will link below, the fire giants are bound to serve the flame for eternity, and as a result, Marika used this against the last giant alive. She would let the fire giant tend the fire by itself, acting as a final barrier and guardian against anyone who would try and utilize the flame of ruin. Alongside the giant, the Order of Fire Monks was established, and the rest is history. Thus would begin the age of the Erdtree, as we learn via the mountaintop sword monument, which reads, "The war against the giants, champions battle, trolls betray, fire vanquished. The era of the Erdtree begins." We know that the early age of the Erdtree era was marked by bounty and blessings dropping directly as dew from the tree itself. We discussed this ancient Erdtree era in my Glomide Queen lore video, in which I heavily referenced Tarnished Archaeologist's Creed of the Erdtree video, and I would highly recommend that video if you'd like to learn more about this potential ancient Erdtree era. But we learn of this bountiful time via Erdtree's favour description, which reads the following. It is said that when the age of the Erdtree began, such blessings were personally bestowed upon their recipients by Queen Marika herself. So indeed, we know that this is the earliest part of the age of the Erdtree, a period which is also known as the Age of Plenty, via items like the Icon Shield and the Blessed Dew Talisman, the latter of which reads, "It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree would become more an object of faith." We know that Godfrey was present in these times, as the amber medallions read, "The Erdtree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious jewels in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord." So Godfrey was the Elden Lord at this time of the Age of Plenty. Godfrey would now become to be regarded as a demigod at this time, and he and Marika would begin the lauded golden lineage, something we learn of via Godric's Great Rune, which reads, "The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the golden lineage." Godfrey and his offspring are still well regarded, even in the current era. We see Godric clinging so dearly to this golden heritage, and Kenneth Haight expresses shock that such a weakling like Godric could be the blood of the venerable Godfrey and golden lineage.
And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden lineage. You almost wouldn't know it to look at him.
The very term golden of golden lineage tells us how important this bloodline is to the people of the Golden Tree, to Grace. It is the original royal family branch, and from this branch would come the likes of Godwyn the Golden, a family member who would rise to prominence in the war with the dragons, and would also include members like Morgott, the last king of Leyndell. Of course, we can assume that Leyndell as we know it today would begin to be built in this early age, and Godfrey would make his mark on early Erdtree society via his arenas. We know that this was a practice of Godfrey's for multiple reasons. Firstly, it lines up of what we know of Godfrey, a man who values martial prowess. where better to practice such ideals than in the crucible of an arena. Secondly, the archaeological evidence, as we've discussed, also points to Godfrey's hand, as it contains the classic lion symbolism we have so extensively examined. Finally, there is in-game lore that confirms that these arenas were a Godfrey-era practice, that were then shuttered by the time of Radagon when he was Elden Lord. As the ritual sword talisman reads, a talisman patterned after swords used in ritual combat held to honour the Erdtree. The practice had died out by the age of King Consort Radagon, but remains of the arenas where ritual combat took place can still be found in every land. It is interesting to see that Godfrey, a warrior at heart who developed his own ideals about strength, applies his beliefs and practices to honour his new patron, the Erdtree. Aside from this, we don't know a huge amount about Godfrey's reign as Elden Lord, aside from the fact he must have been around for the Liurnian Wars. We know from Meriel that Radagon would only become Elden Lord after Godfrey was driven from the lands between, and he did this while he was married to Rennala, who he would abandon. And this union between Rennala and Radagon was the union that ended the Second Liurnian War, meaning that Godfrey was still Elden Lord at the time of both Liurnian Wars. Now, thematically, it probably makes sense that the Liurnian Wars took place during the Erdtree Unification Wars that we detailed in the earlier chapter, because of course, the region of Liurnia with the Carians and Raya Lucaria could have been a massive potential rival to the Erdtree society. However, the reason I haven't placed it in that chapter previously is because I am ultimately unsure where it sits, mainly because of a dialogue by Rogier in which he talks about the Golden Order incorporating the people of Liurnia.
They were conceived at the Great Academy of Raya Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
Implicitly, this suggests that the Liurnian Wars took place when the Golden Order was a thing, so later on in the timeline, when death was confined. However, I do concede that Rogier may just be talking about the Golden Order in a general sense and talking about their ancient history, prior to it actually being the Golden Order. So I leave it up to you to decide whether these Liurnian Wars took place in the early conquests of the Erdtree, or if they took place during the reign of Godfrey after the age of the Erdtree began. However, there is a war that certainly took place later on after the initial wars of the Erdtree when Leyndell was built, and that is the War of the Ancient Dragons. And I would speculate that this did take place under Godfrey's reign. This event is described to us in many in-game sources, such as Golden Lightning Fortification and the relevant sword memorial found in Leyndell. Of course, it is speculation about when this war actually took place, but my reasoning for it taking place under Godfrey's reign is multifold. Reason 1, Godfrey is thematically discarded by grace after all his worthy enemies are felled, and for me it implies that Radagon's era is the era of peace when main conflicts are mainly done. And reason number 2, as we have already discussed, there's a good chance that Godfrey defeated Placidusax, and thus it would make sense that the remaining dragons under Grand Sax and Fortisax would try to take revenge against Godfrey and his people sooner rather than later. But again, I leave it up to you to decide where you think this event stands in the timeline, if it took place in Godfrey's reign or later. Of course, we all know where Godfrey's lordship is going. Godfrey and his tribe were martial people, a wartime lord that was necessary during the initial Erdtree Unification Wars. But now that victory had been achieved and the last bits of combat were dying out, a different lord was needed. It seems as though after Godfrey and his men had lost their purpose, they lost their usefulness to the Erdtree, and grace fell from their eyes. This is of course described by Godfrey's armor set, which reads, "When his last worthy enemy fell, It was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. So we can see that Godfrey's loss of grace was a result of a
Oh,
loss
I can
of
get
purpose
canvas scraps from here too.
after the defeat
Alright.
of the last real threat to the Erd Tree.
Hi, my name is Jerry Long.
My name.
Then, of course, we see that it is Marika herself who passes this judgment on Godfrey and his warriors. As she says,
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed. Return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring. Grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
in this speech, Marika more or less describes the exact chain of events that happened to the Tarnished, as if she and Grace, or the Greater Will, could foresee the greater role intended for the Tarnished. And what Marika says here, right at the moment of their exile, does come to pass. They are chased from the lands between. They do die. And one day they do have Grace return to them, and they come back to the lands between. It seems to be a purposeful decision by the forces that be, by the Greater Will and Marika. And this plan does bear fruit, as it is the Tarnished who become the main players in the current era after the demigods failed to live up to expectations. So with that said, let us now talk about the Tarnished, their exile, and eventual return. As I've already touched on a couple of times, the Tarnished are descended from these warriors who served beside Godfrey, who were tarnished and exiled at the same time as him. A fact that is confirmed by Miyazaki himself via an interview with IGN, where he said the following about the Tarnished. So the Tarnished, you could call them tarnished individuals who have lost grace, and this is a long time preceding the setting of the game, a long time before. The ancestors of the characters that are present in the world were banished and exiled from the lands between, these Tarnished. So these original Tarnished who were banished alongside Godfrey, who we are descended from, are literally Godfrey's warriors, referred to as his kinfolk in Horalu's remembrance. So with that said, let us talk about their exile, something we know was not a pretty event, thanks to Meriel, who says the following.
However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erd Tree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord.
So they were hounded or chased out because of the way in which the people of Grace view those who are tarnished. Something we can see in the disgusted way in which Morgott or Margit refers to us.
Foul tarnished.
And in the way which Kenneth Haidt initially reacts to us, in regards to us being tarnished and wanting to help him.
You've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but, No, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order.
And of course there would have been the cut NPC Viscount Shainheit, someone we've discussed before in the channel, a noble of Leyndell, who would have made it clear that the Tarnished do not belong in the world of grace, and indeed that he believes we are lesser for having lost grace. This is how we make sense of the term itself, the word tarnished. Tarnished is defined in the following way by Oxford Languages. Lose or cause to lose luster, especially as a result of exposure to air or moisture. Or make or become less valuable or respected. Both of these are relevant to the Tarnished. Not only have they lost the luster of gold from their eyes, indeed gold can become tarnished in real life, but also the Tarnished have lost value in the eyes of those in the world of grace. Of course, one of the only characters to speak to us with respect in terms of us being a Tarnished is Godfrey, which of course makes sense given that he was one of us. To not be touched by grace really is to make you a second-class citizen, something we can see when we look at other beings who haven't been touched by grace, such as the Albinaurics. And the greatest lore item in the game, Albinauric Bloodclot, makes it clear how people with grace view things that don't have grace. As it reads, Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands. Thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. A prejudice that can certainly be applied to the Tarnished as well. And so the Tarnished were chased out of the lands between for being a lesser being. And we know they eventually left for new lands via boat. Of course, this obviously makes sense given the lands between isn't connected to any other source of land and is surrounded on all sides by water. But we get more detail about their leaving via the rusted anchor weapon item description, which reads the following. A rusty anchor wielded as a weapon. Each of its 4 flukes is thick and sharp. When the Tarnished left the lands between with their lord, one boat alone was said to have been left behind. And so the Tarnished left with their lord, Godfrey, via boat. As pointed out by Eredin in his Golden Lineage lore video, there is a good chance that they left from the southern tip of the lands between, from Castle Morn, one of Godfrey's strongholds, as there are many wrecked ships here. It is also interesting to note that one of the churches in this region, the Weeping Peninsula, is called the Church of Pilgrimage, perhaps a reference to the pilgrimage of the Tarnished as they left on the Long March. It is also where Melina recreates part of Marika's tarnishing speech. So yeah, make of that what you will. What is also interesting from this item description is that apparently one boat was left behind, and we can only imagine what horrible fate awaited those Tarnished who didn't leave with the rest. In fact, we may not need to imagine. In VatiVidia's latest Secrets video, he highlights the crucified people found throughout Limgrave. Vati notes that these crucified people are wearing the Guilty Hood, which had a cut item description, which would be far more interesting than the one we find in-game now. This cut description would have read, Garb of spurned Tarnished, who were forced into slavery in the lands between. This is pretty much what we'd expect to happen to left behind Tarnished, enslaved and brutalized. Another interesting nuance to consider is that Godfrey alone was tarnished from his family, not his offspring, as the Golden Lineage very much still exists in the lands between. So the Tarnished people left by boat and would establish societies that existed beyond the boundaries of the lands between. And this is why there is such a diverse choice of background for our Tarnished, in both the classes that we can choose as well as the appearance presets. All of these choices show that the Tarnished lived in different lands and cultures that developed over time, an idea that I explored in my starting class lore video, which I would highly recommend. But of course, before the Tarnished could settle in these lands, they had to undergo what is known as the Long March, referred to in Godfrey's Axe, which reads the following. Weapon of Godfrey, Elden Lord. It was broken in a battle fought as leader of the Tarnished during the Long March. So we actually get a lot of lore from a small line. Firstly, it obviously tells us that Godfrey led his people, the Tarnished, on a long march, no doubt through lands unknown, to find a home for his people. And number 2, it tells us that the Tarnished and Godfrey saw combat in this march, and this combat was ferocious enough that it would end up in the breaking of Godfrey's legendary axe. Obviously we can't know for sure who Godfrey and his Tarnished fought against, but my speculation is that Godfrey and the Tarnished were simply battling against peoples whose land they were essentially invading or marching across. Godfrey would eventually settle in an area or region we know as the Badlands, as the introductory slides call him Hoaralou, chieftain of the Badlands. Indeed, when the Long March of the Tarnished came to an end, he divested himself of lordship and became Hoaralou once more, and this is told to us by his remembrance, which reads, "After the Long March of the Tarnished came to an end, Godfrey divested himself of kingship, becoming a simple warrior once more. This meant that he was still Godfrey, as he led the Tarnished on their long march and then to their exile. But eventually, when he settled, he took off his Godfrey persona. He wasn't a lord anymore. He had done his duty for his people, and he just wanted to become a simple chieftain once more. Despite this, Hoaralou still had Sarosh on his back, meaning that while he was simple Hoaralou again, he didn't suffer from the same bloodlust that he did before. And it looks like Sarosh would have still been his advisor at this time, as indeed we do see Sarosh on Hoaralou's shoulder in the introductory slide.
Find what you were looking for, Umbo.
As we have already stated, Hoaralou imported some of his ideals from the lands between, especially the hawk, with his Badland kinsfolk wielding Stormhawk axes, and as we discussed earlier, Nepheli let slip that she once had a hawk, suggesting that the Badlands people potentially had hawks as companions and hunting beasts. And as we have said already, the Badlands may well have been like Stormvale due to a line from Nepheli. This could be why Hoaralou settled here in the first place, a little reminder of home and something familiar. And if Stormvale is like the Badlands, we can get an idea of its potential geography and weather conditions. Indeed, Badland culture is a return to Hoaralou's more simple barbarian days, as is evident by the description of the champion set, where again, strength and martial prowess is valued over all things. Clearly some Tarnished settled with Hoaralou here, as when creating our Tarnished avatar, we can make them the hero class, suggesting that our character is descended or from this Badlands clan. Hoaralou evidently went on to have more children after he settled in the Badlands, as we meet one of his Tarnished descendants, Nepheli Lou, whose lineage is evidenced by Kenneth Haight supporting her valid claim to the seat of Stormvale.
But now, I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave. Ah, quite. I have indeed selected a new ruler. Lady Nepheli is strong and just, worthy of the burden of Limgrave's lineage.
But the Badlands were not the only resting place of the Tarnished. The starting classes tell us much in this regard. There are Tarnished warriors from the Land of Reeds, if you would choose the Samurai class, and or the Lands of Reed appearance preset. There are Tarnished who were once of the Newman people, Marika's people, if you choose the Newman appearance. In my mind, if you choose the Newman appearance, that means that your ancestors were once Marika's people in the lands between, before being tarnished and exiled alongside Godfrey. A pretty interesting bit of lore if you consider it. There is also a nomadic clan of warriors of which Tarnished also seem to be members of, a nomadic tribe which uphold the water-flowing techniques of the blind swordsman, not only in their combat style, but also in their nomadic way of life. Even in the way they live, their teachings demand that they move like flowing water. Such is the lore of the Tarnished who choose the warrior starting class, with this rich lore being detailed in their armor set. What is also interesting is that there are Tarnished who seem to be part of a church that worships the Two Fingers even outside of the lands between, something we learn of via the Confessor set, which reads, "Black hood for blending in with the darkness, worn by church confessors. The church is outside the lands between, dedicated to the teachings of the Two Fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace. The confessors are loyal servants to the Two Fingers, ready to hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies. Now, it is unclear whether people outside of the Lands Between already worshipped Grace and the Two Fingers, or whether it was an export brought by the Tarnished after their long march. I am more inclined to believe the latter, not only because it's more interesting, but also because the Tarnished have very strong ties to the Two Fingers, as we will discuss shortly. The point being that the Tarnished evidently dispersed far and wide throughout the world, having different classes, different religion, and different nations that they come from. The interview quote from Miyazaki that we looked at the start of this chapter definitely means that makes sense. He describes that the initial exile took place long, long ago, and that we are actually the ancestors of those original Tarnished, meaning that there's been a long passage of time since the Tarnished were originally exiled, giving there a lot of time for the Tarnished people to spread far and wide, to become embedded in different societies, and in essence it gives us a wide blank canvas when we create our role-playing characters in Elden Ring. And so while the Tarnished were living their new lives beyond the Lands Between, we know that major things were going down in the Lands Between. As we know from Marika's speech, her prediction, the Tarnished would one day be required to return to the Lands Between. Far from Tarnished lands, the Lands Between would go through tumultuous periods, especially the Shattering. The Elden Ring was shattered, and Marika's demigod offspring would battle for supremacy in a war so brutal that no one would truly be victorious. Their failure to herald in a new order would lead to their abandonment by the Greater Will, as told to us in the introductory segment. With the demigods abandoned, the Greater Will and the Two Fingers would once again extend grace to their last hope, the Tarnished.
Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring, tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak. The Greater Will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. At their heads, take all they have left.
This, in a nutshell, is why the Tarnished are A, given back their grace, and B, called back to the Lands Between. They are the last chance for a new order to be restored, and one of them to become Elden Lord. Not only are they called back, but it seems as though most of the Tarnished are resurrected from death. In the opening cinematic, we see that Hoarah-Loux, Gideon Ofnir, Dung-Eater, and Goldmask were all dead, but in each image, we see the light of grace next to them, as if, in the following scene, they would be resurrected from death. Even ourselves, the Tarnished of little renown, seem to be dead at the beginning of the game, with grace returning to us, and we come back to life. This brings us to a question a lot of people have about the Tarnished. Why do we not die, and why do other Tarnished seem to die? Well, the opening cinematic of our character being resurrected is really the answer. It is grace. Consider what grace is apart from a magical force. It is purpose. As long as the Order has a purpose for us, we will be needed. We know that it was when Godfrey's purpose ended that the light faded from his eyes. When we have grace and have purpose that is granted to us, remember, it isn't about just internal purpose. It is about the system of order having a purpose for you. We cannot die. And this force is so powerful that not only does it stop us from dying, but it actually resurrects us and others back from the dead. And if you don't believe me, this idea is actually confirmed by Miyazaki himself. In an interview from Overture of Elden Ring, Miyazaki says the following about immortality. The immortality of the Tarnished stems from the power of grace. Tarnished that die outside the Lands Between are given new life through the guidance of grace and beckoned to the Lands Between. This is basically the start of the game. I guess the guidance doesn't want the player character to be freed from this cycle. So that's it pretty simply put. We have a role to play in the current order, and as such, we will not be allowed to die until we have fulfilled that purpose or we are no longer of use. This does raise questions for me about Godfrey. We know that he lost grace when his purpose faded, but does this mean that when he was Elden Lord and needed by the current order, was he actually immortal? Did that play a role in his victories? Not to take anything away from him, of course. It just adds another interesting dynamic that maybe the forces of grace were literally unstoppable for all those that opposed them if their main champions were literally immortal. And let's swing round to another question I get a lot, which is, why are we immortal as the player character, but other Tarnished seem to die? Well, it's pretty simple. We get lots of instances where Tarnished tell us that they've lost the guidance of grace. They've lost the grace that they were given again when they returned to the Lands Between.
You can see it then, I take it. The guidance of grace. Well, enjoy it while you can. I'm Tarnished, like you. But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here, to the Lands Between.
Guidance of Grace has once again abandoned them. They have no more purpose, and they are allowed to die. What is also interesting is that quote from Miyazaki implies that grace literally brings us here to the Lands Between as well, and this does line up to our arrival, where we seem to be resurrected and literally pulled towards a golden life before appearing in the Lands Between. Although this does conflict a little bit with Roderica's dialogue, where she suggests she came here directly with a cohort of people that wanted to support her. But make of it what you will. Ultimately, it is clear that the guidance of grace is responsible both for the resurrection and immortality of chosen Tarnished, and for their arrival in the Lands Between. However, it does seem that the Tarnished are resurrected and chosen by grace in dribs and drabs rather than all at once, because the Tarnished seem to have a long history in the Lands Between, not just outside of it. For example, we know that we are far from the first to arrive. Gideon not only makes it clear that we are a newcomer, but that it's actually been a long time since they saw a newcomer. We also get a history of some of the first members to reach Round Table Hold, such as Vargram and Wilhelm, both of their armor sets stating this is the case. There are also old Tarnished, such as Isfan, whose scaled armor set reads the following: Armor worn by Old Knight Isfan. Isfan is one of the few wizened Tarnished who survive to this day. The language used here really does hammer home the passage of time, in my opinion anyway. Isfan is an old wizened Tarnished who has survived after all this time, again suggesting that many years of Tarnished coming to the Lands Between has taken place, and we are just the latest of it. There are also hints that the Two Fingers have been in Round Table Hold for some time, as the coded sword reads, Hidden sword once granted to the Tarnished of the Round Table by the Two Fingers. A formless cipher comprises its blade. Champions would gather at the Round Table Hold in days long past, when the Two Fingers were masters of oration, their flesh yet full of vigour. First, a side note. While we find this item in the fortified manor, it is clear that it is the ethereal Round Table Hold that is the gathering place of the mentioned champions.
They ordered pineapple. You gotta smell the
Smell
buds
the
to know if
buds
it's
to know
right.
if it's ripe.
Not only because this is clearly the Two Fingers of base of operation, the Round Table Hold, but also because Fortified Manor and Round Table Hold are two distinct things, and here we are getting reference to Round Table Hold. And before we go any further, we should talk about Round Table Hold itself. Now, I don't find this to be a massive revelation, as I've played a lot of FromSoft games, and this trope's been used twice in their games already. But yes, Round Table Hold is a recreation of an original building. It is an exact replica of the fortified manor, and this is fitting for a place that should be a gathering for the Tarnished. As we discussed already, the Tarnished owe their history to the warriors that once stood at Godfrey's side, and the original fortified manor will have been their base of operations. We know that our Round Table Hold isn't a real place and is sustained by grace. The in-game note about Round Table Hold, that's for tutorial notes, describes it as existing outside the Lands Between, and for me that means that it's almost like a pocket dimension. And indeed, right in the centre of the room we see a massive fragment of grace. And finally, when the Erd Tree itself burns, Round Table Hold burns as well, suggesting it is connected and sustained by grace. Much like the Hunter's Dream in Bloodborne, the Round Table Hold is a manifested base of operations by the powers that be. In the case of Bloodborne, the powers that be were the Moon Presence, and in this game it is the Two Fingers and Grace. It is meant to give the Tarnished everything they need to complete their mission. But returning to the idea of the passage of time and to the description of the Coded Sword, the Coded Sword describes the Two Fingers as once being full of vigour, and they would give this sword to the Tarnished and deliver rousing oration. Indeed, I would hazard a guess that this rousing oration is something that has been shown on the Two Fingers heirloom talisman. A very different picture from the rather faded glory that we see in Round Table Hold now. An observation made by Vary as well, who states,
But how did you find the Round Table? Oh, you don't have to say it. Before, the Round Table was chock full of venerated warriors, but now it's home to puff chests and has-beens. I fear you've been terribly disappointed. I don't blame you.
Indeed, not only is Round Table not exactly a rousing place of mighty champions, but the Two Fingers seem far from their glory days. No rousing speeches, and they are actually in seclusion for all but the mightiest Tarnished. Indeed, Lord's divine fortification seems to tell us that the Two Fingers are ancient and long past their best. As it reads, Gideon gained true knowledge after his long exchange with the Two Fingers, discovering all had been broken long ago, that the trembling fingers, bent with age, and the Erd Tree itself were no exception. Who knows how long this cycle of calling Tarnished has gone on for, but if the trembling fingers are now bent with age, it does suggest it's been a long time. But despite this, there seems to have once been an exceptionally strong bond between the fingers and the Tarnished in general. For example, when we first arrive in the Lands Between and speak to Bernal, he expects us to act like a normal, loyal Tarnished and serve Grace and the Two Fingers.
Let me ask you something. Are you here in the Lands Between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of Grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order? Yes, you're a Tarnished through and through.
We have already discussed how there were Tarnished beyond the Lands Between who acted as confessors, loyal enforcers to the message of the Two Fingers. These confessors also operate on behalf of the status quo of the Round Table, where they seem to be serving as the assassins of the Two Fingers. We know that the confessors are the assassins of the Two Fingers as well, via the two items associated with Creepus. Creepus' crossbow states that he is the head confessor, but Creepus's vial, named after said head confessor, talks about its usage by the Round Table assassins, showing us that confessors and Round Table assassins are one and the same. These Round Table assassins were basically Tarnished enforcers, meant to stop any Tarnished from straying from the Two Fingers' direction and purpose, something we learn of via Assassin's Approach and the Darkness incantations. They would literally eliminate rogue Tarnished on behalf of the Two Fingers. This again speaks to the passage of time, for no such organisation exists now, and Riley the Idol, dressed in Confessor garb, one of the targets of Volcano Manor, may well be the last of these. For in our time, many Tarnished have strayed from the path, some joining Mohg Lord of Blood, and some joining the recusants of Volcano Manor, and nothing happens to them. But again, it speaks to a long and rich history of the Tarnished in the Lands Between, again adding to the scale of this massive game, that even after the Shattering, and in this time where the Tarnished have been called back, a lot of time has passed, and a lot of history has happened. And for us exploring these lands, the legend and legacy of our once leader is everywhere. The mighty statue of Godfrey, found in Stormvale, for example, speaks of his earlier glory days. And of course, we have to face against a golden phantom of Godfrey before we get to face down Morgott, one of his lineage. As I discussed in my Morgott video, I believe this golden phantom of Godfrey to be conjured by Morgott, as it uses a similar casting sigil that his Margit projections do when we fight them throughout the game. To me, this image of Godfrey is the idealized memory of Godfrey that is held by Morgott. We can see that Godfrey's axe is unshattered, again suggesting that this projection is conjured from Morgott's memory of Godfrey when he was Elden Lord. Morgott's rune tells us that he is of Godfrey's golden lineage, and Godfrey acknowledges Morgott when he puts him to rest, suggesting that Morgott was his direct offspring.
It's been a long while, Morgott.
And we do face Godfrey at the foot of the Erdtree, near the end of our journey. Evidently, Godfrey has also been called back and given grace again. This is where Tarnished archaeologist King Arthur analogy comes full circle. Arthur was once described as the once and future king, a term reputedly carved in Latin on his grave, meaning that one day Arthur may return, even from his death, in the United Kingdom's most dire hour, to defeat evil and deliver justice. In this way, Godfrey is the once and future king, a sentiment that is basically shared and repeated by a ghost NPC that is found outside the Erdtree Sanctuary upon Godfrey's return. We do indeed see in the cinematic, if you look closely, that Godfrey is being guided by grace. When he puts Morgott to rest, we can see the guidance of grace projecting from Morgott's corpse towards us, the Tarnished. And this does make sense in any ending. If we are a vessel for the Flame of Chaos, then grace is probably directing Godfrey to stop us. If we are here to claim the Elden Throne, then Godfrey is one final crucible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if I get
a
all
crown
three
is
off,
warranted
it
by
does more
strength
damage.
after all, and the victor of this battle will prove themselves the most worthy Elden Lord. Even in his death, Godfrey remains a man of honor, a man who adheres to a certain code. Should we defeat him, Godfrey acknowledges that our strength befits a crown. To Godfrey, we have more than proven ourselves as the rightful successor, and ultimately that is the legacy of Godfrey. We are. The Tarnished are a product of Godfrey's time, a noble, if brutal, warrior ideal. And while Godfrey's resume is chock full of incredible achievements, arguably his greatest achievement is us, the Tarnished, for he is the man who tempered those who would become the next Elden Lord, and I for one find it a great honour to fight our progenitor in one final showdown that will decide the rightful Lord after all this time, and to win Hoaraloo's respect is one of the greatest achievements that we can attain. So thanks guys, that is my take on Godfrey and his Tarnished warriors. Part of the reasons that I enjoy Elden Ring so much is because of the strong foundations that we as a character have. Yes,
Greetings, summoners. With the coming of Raid's 4th anniversary, we remember the prophecy.
What is up, everybody? In this video, we're going to be completing Elden Ring and its 165 bosses using nothing but consumables. This includes items such as pods, aromatics, or other non-craftable consumables. But this doesn't include items such as arrows, because although they're consumed in a sense, the game doesn't actually consider them to be consumables. The reason I wanted to do this run is because I looked on the list of consumables in Elden Ring and realized there were so many items that I've never even fooled around with at all. After completing this run, I can safely say that consumables are a little bit more than viable. In fact, they're borderline overpowered in certain situations. Oh.
Whoa, that was crazy.
You just hit that boss for 16,000 damage with a fucking pot. No, I'm not using it.
There was another brick. What did I do with that thing? This isn't a great place to pause either, but it's okay. If I get attacked, I'll just become very rapidly scared and do what I gotta do, you know what I mean? And get it done. There we go. And now I can actually probably raise the brightness just a tiny bit too, so I can actually see the video, because this one's more of a visual one.
Did 1,600 damage.
16,000, you fool.
I've noticed a lot of you who watch my videos regularly aren't subscribed, so if you enjoy this sort of content, I'd greatly appreciate if you would consider doing so. Your support has been amazing so far, and we have a lot more videos like this coming, and subscribing is one of the best ways to make sure that you don't miss any videos such as this one. So I really hope you enjoyed this run. We've been teasing it for a while, so here it is, the consumable-only all-bosses run. What do you guys think for the starting class? Oh, I guess Warrior. Hey, let's go Warrior, dude. Let's have some decent intelligence here. Alright, Warrior. Here we go. I think this will be pretty cool, man. The first step is probably to go get ourselves some volcano pots, because those things will carry this run for sure. We also can go kill Patches right away. That's pretty big, because he gives you the fan daggers, which are honestly insane, dude. We can start maybe using some holy pots to kill some death birds too, because obviously the holy pots annihilate those things. I guess I'm gonna cheese this NPC. I think that's right. Is that fine? Or like, should I use gravity or not? Okay, well, I'm using. I won't use gravity to kill bosses. Then how about that? But I'll kill this fucker with. I'll kill this fucker with gravity because she deserves it. Just got the poison stuff from here. That's true. I am consuming gravity. All right, let's go back. Out of here. I'm a wild one, dude. Alright, so let's get these pots and crafting kit and this one. I don't think that's useful. These, I mean, the daggers, we could easily go kill the boss with these. Let's go to Weeping really quick, because I would like to go get the Kukri guy. Oh, wait, I didn't realize he just dropped this stuff. Yeah, Alexander will survive as well on this thing, or on this run, because there's no Ash of War that we're going to be using, so. Man, I'm so excited to see the volcano pots and all these avatars. Oh, right, the jar head and stuff, man. Okay, oh my god, I did not think about this, man. That absolute garbage quest line. We're gonna have to do it. We actually do need to figure out, like, how the fuck it works, though, because everyone's gonna be upset if I don't use that talisman. Alright, Patches with the Kukris. Boss number 1. How dare you roll that? Oh! Why would I waste these already? Oh, that's not bad. And before I bleed proc him and I kill him or something. Alright, cast your shit, bro. Let me headshot you. He's cucking me right now. I'm trying to cuck him, but he's cucking me, dude. Oh, nice aim right there. That's great. How long does that debuff last for? There we go. Boss number 1. Forgive and forget. Some things can't be forgiven. This simply isn't like you. This is indeed a boss, actually, yeah. Boss HP bar, and you get the, like, boss killed thing, enemy felled after. I don't think he sells Infinite yet. He's got to go to Volcano, but I can just buy a stock right now. We could probably easily kill Margit with this. I just do a no-hit, all bosses consumable only, dude. That'd be pretty insane. Oh boy. Okay, that's actually, like, significantly worse than I thought. Oh boy. Gotta bleed him. Please bleed, man. You have to. Thank you. For some reason, I thought, like, I was gonna be dealing better damage than this right now. Well, let's just, let's just forget that ever happened. Talk to Diablos? Okay, let's go do that. Okay, I guess I'll talk to you, this fucker. I hate this guy. There's Fortisax, and then Adula, and... It would help if I actually, had the medallions. Clearly I won't aggro this bear. When I was doing consumable no hit, I was using my fist for this, but I mean, we're not dealing damage, so 100 more. There we go. I don't actually think I need to talk to him, but
Earning your degree online is closer than you think. Apply today to Purdue University Global.
but Ritual Pot 2. I'm not sure. I guess I'll look. I can maybe use this talisman. Really weird not being able to roll recover in this game, especially after playing a Souls game again. We were just playing Demon Souls. Alright, Jarberg, here we go. Maybe I should talk to the little guy now, actually. Hey. Does he want me to come back now? I'm just gonna reload this a bunch of times. Can't really mess it up. Oh, you can mess this up. There's some Kaku Glintstones, I think, here. And I love the Kaku Glintstones. I'm pretty sure we could go kill Margit now, but let's just use Volcanopods. Volcanopods melt him, dude. What is this item? Soul? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. How did I survive, dude? Get shit on, whoever that was. There's also the... I think this is the Giant's Flame Pot one. Should we do the insane, the Scion kill? I think we should. Now we wait.
Oh no. God damn it. Fucking shit.
Easy. Yeah, consumable only, except you just use gravity, you fucking cheater. How dare you.
Alright, that's
Alright, here we go.
gonna wrap